Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Osas Season 13 finale. Day 1, group stage. If y'all don't know how this works, it's going to be round-robin format in each of 2 groups, so every team will play every other team, narrowing it down to 4, and we're going to begin with Pillow Pilled versus Pet My Free Cat. So, should be pretty fun.
Yeah.
What do you think about Zaya?
13 entire seasons of Osas when we're here in the finale once more. We're still seeing some new faces, but as is often in the finale, we're also seeing faces that we've seen before, right?
Yeah, there's always a couple. I think there is, of course, the one team that we all know, we all love. Good old-fashioned... Geez, I lost the plot entirely there.
Seraphim Crimson, they're still here. They're in this finale, as usual. Will this be the one? Well, speaking of trends, right? Recently, Anyone's Legend tried to break the LPL curse against T1, and they failed. So I think that Seraphim Crimson and the Osas curse is also going to stay unbroken. I'm sorry. But they could prove me wrong real quick. All it takes is a good performance in this finale.
It could be, but T1 is also T1. Big fan of that team. Always a fan of the underdogs. Always a fan of teams that, maybe it's just saying more about me than the teams, but something about the way that some teams just limp through and then show off in the playoffs as if it was never even an issue is just exciting. It's like, will they get there? Will they not? Who knows? Every day is exciting. But for now, we're going to be focusing on the game in front of us. It's going to be a Mako, Kai, and Asher versus the Zentaro, Era, and Atlas. So I think overall pretty familiar teams here. Nothing too crazy on the comps. I imagine a lot of comfort coming out of these players on the picks that they are confident in. So far, 1 barrier to 1 barrier. Strike shots going out from Vex, though, really nice to secure the other one. But Fish is going to be... well, very low on health for now, almost dead, but actually a little bit of a misplay there. EKC Mingo going for the Asher protection, actually knocking the Asher out of the Oni's blade there. Slendermon, unfortunately, missing the corner there as well with that pesky Zentaro secondary, or passive. The Ensnare Drum was actually really huge there as well. Fish trying to get it through, but the Cosmic Command is going to come out as well. The barrage comes out, the core flip, and that's going to be goal 1. Fish low on health, but you don't need HP to score.
Yeah, and I actually recall EKC Mingo from watching a bit of the Collegiate Counter-Strike League this season. Had a pretty solid performance there. Impressed me quite a bit, but they are against quite the formidable foe, right? Osas is a bit of, on average, a scarier competition, especially when Vex, on the other side, is high challenger right now.
Yeah, you always have a couple of those players that really manage to push their rank up during this, and part of it is just because they play with a team and they're able to learn in Osas how to play with a team, and that really does benefit you so well going into Chatley, because it stops being as easy to carry. Not impossible, but as easy to carry those games on your own. Fish, nice dribbles though, able to get that bottom barrier. Again, sacrificing so much HP to do it, but again, you don't need HP, you only need goals, and well, it's going to be red coring around the Corf in front with the pass splitter behind, and Goobercat is going to take it up with support from Fish, kind of swapping that midfield forward role because Fish just didn't have the HP to continue.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Kai when you can just individually get in there and outplay, right? Goobercat playing confidently, saying, I know that you're not at the level where you're going to stop me in that 1v1, and it's on Pillow Pill to be the ones to answer to say, actually, I can stop you, but it's not looking easy as Fish is getting so many opportunities, so many cooldowns burned, a great NATO, to advance the core forward all the way forward, and suddenly Slendermon in position for a barrier take, but the Ensnare Drums prevent that, and yet again, they're looking quite safe. The strike war still being won, as Slendermon barely cannot get the barrier.
Yeah, and they're standing 1 on each side. It's going to be the kill, though. Slendermon finding it onto Goobercat. The 3v2 power play now beginning. The dash is really nice, but Vex is on top of things. Still has that core flip available, so we might see this power play petering out here as Goobercat is now back on the field. Zentaro passive is really nice, but doesn't get the connection. Neither does the Asher protection. The barrage comes out. The Giga as well, securing the barrier. Nice play there from Goobercat as he respawns, has those cooldowns available. This is going to be the Imi shot because he lets it go by him briefly. Fish trying to be fancy off the middle there, but Slendermon, the tried and true strike into dash, gets it done. Fish Corp in front of the net. Atlas, though, as well. Aurelifish missing the core flip there, and that's going to be a clear complete here. Goals open on both sides. The opportunity here for Pillowpill to come back, but it's not going to be easy. Aurelifish, once again, just hovering in front of this goal as this Asher, waiting for the core there from Goobercat. Actually gets it there, but dribbles off the drum, and it's a little too fast in the overtime to actually get the recovery. The dash is also not going to complete it. Sunderman also dribbling off the drum. Goobercat, core flip from Vex is going to get it all the way across the hits, and from Aurelifish's nice dash protection was so clutch.
EKC Mingo is playing so fundamentally well, and Slendermon, what a shot, hit stunning Vex to make sure no abilities can be primed in that moment. EKC Mingo, cool as a cucumber, and Aurelifish. A lot of opportunities right in that point, just unable to convert, just not reading the Tycho bounces quite well, and you have to think maybe they're uncomfortable on this map because a lot of those bounces were just like normal map bounces, you know?
Yeah, some of them were, but of course in Osas, some of those are the first times you see these kinds of bounces, players actually going for those in games. It's going to be Goobercat having to use the core flip just to stay alive. Slendermon along the bottom with his own core flip, looking to potentially get the kill on Goobercat, but Goobercat reads it, isn't going to fall to that, or the passive from Zentaro. Vex using the secondary really nicely to get a bit of a dribble, get the clear air. Nato gets it in there, dies for the barrier, and now it's on Pillowpill to defend for the next few seconds while Era is off the field. And if they lose this, of course they lose the set. Aurelifish whiffing the strike, though, unfortunately means the power play is just about to expire. Era is back on the field, but Goobercat goes across the top of the barrage. Aurelifish not covering the bottom, unfortunately, just allows it to slip underneath, and the Aeronado almost gets the kill, but not quite. Aurelifish bouncing off the drum up to Goobercat. Leone's blade gets it forward, and so does the strike as well. Slendermon in front of the net with the core flip. Can he start the reverse sweep here for Pillowpill? Not quite just yet. Mingo racing back against the core there. Slendermon down to the bottom, but Vex gets the read there on that 50-50. Dribbling off the drum is EKC Mingo, and so as Aurelifish. They're trying to make use of Tycho Temple to get the absolute maximum core speed here. Vex, though, with that last second strike. Slendermon almost had it in the core flip from Aurelifish. Unfortunately, the nerves getting to him on this one. Slendermon dribbling across the bottom with the blick as well, and that's a nice showcase of tech to put it in. And Pillowpill, once 2-0, now 2-2, potentially looking to reverse sweep this first set.
It's a tale of two brawlers in this one, right? Aurelifish getting plenty of opportunities, but Slendermon, the one making the most of the few opportunities they are given, just controlling the core so well, not panicking, and covering the options to make sure Vex has a hard time on the other side. We'll see if Aurelifish can turn it around here to secure this set, but it's swung back into favor of Pillowpill.
Yeah, and that's a lot of momentum as well coming off of those, just mentally being able to say, oh yeah, we were behind, now we're on a roll, we've won two, we can do it. Aurelifish, though, getting a double barrier there with the help of Goobercat there. Aeronados, I gotta say, Tacoma with these bottom of the line, Nados has been so good at hitting that very consistently. Vex, though, with the defense, using that first hit of the primary is really nice. Does waste the core flip there, but as long as the barrier is standing, you know what, it's just style points at that point. Giga Blast does not get the connection that Goobercat was looking for, though. Neither does the primary long shot from Vex there, trying to pass it through to Aurelifish, but Tacoma gets the intercept. Slendermon has the Zentaro passive, though, so doesn't get the strike that he was looking for. Tacoma trying to get it through, facing up against a nice 2v1 there, actually getting it through in the end, rotating all the way across. Slendermon with that core from front, and then I'm paying attention to him here, but the ensnare drums is really nice. Goobercat almost owned barriers, but it is still alive. This barrier is lasting through so much. Slendermon gets almost the connection, but whiffs. Unfortunately, takes a lot of HP damage on that one, but the Assault is going to save him for a little bit. Does make him stand near the drum there, but is not capitalized on. Aurelifish has built up another core flip here. He's going for some dribbles along the bottom of the barrage as well. They're trying to look for a way to get it to the other side of this field. The Giga, though, is what's going to put it through. Never mind the plays, never mind the core flip. Just a nice snipe there from Goobercat to secure it.
Yeah, and if the brawler isn't getting it done, the midfield has to step up, and that's exactly what Goobercat does. First pick in the draft here, and so many options available. I'm looking at, of course, the defensive awakenings, right? Stagger Swagger, Peak Performance, and Unstoppable all on the board, but Stagger Swagger, historically the most reliable out of all of them. And of course, in this situation when Goobercat is controlling so much of the map, making it that much harder for Goobercat to be taken out of commission is going to be the name of the game here. Heavy impact, though, on Zentaro. That's scary, and Monumentalist, a big, big win condition for the era. Those Nados were already scary, like you mentioned earlier, and that might get a little scarier heading into the late game.
Yeah, I can't help but feel this was a bit of a misdraft, allowing both the Heavy Impact and the Monumentalist to fall to Zentaro and Era, because even though Pillowpilled do end up losing that first set, it looks like they won the draft. I mean, yeah, Might of the Colossus on Atlas isn't the best, but Heavy Impact Centauro and Monumentalist Era are basically BIS. So being able to get those is definitely something great. And so is getting the double barrier. They're nicely found by Slenderman on that narrow angle. The Monumentalist Era ult is charging and almost eliminates Goobercat. Of course, he was cognizant enough to go into the corner there, but he is going to be able to survive. Slenderman going for some crazy dribbles as well. They're trying to get it around, but they're not quite able to do it just yet.
Yeah, Slenderman cooking up quite a feast right now, but it's not complete. And Early Fish on the other side, the raw ingredient in that meal, fights back here, finds one barrier, takes a bit of damage, but has plenty of stagger thanks to that peak performance. Trying to go in, trying to find the rebounds, and will find the barrier at the end of it all. Slenderman has the flip, but Early Fish is the enemy goal box, and suddenly Pillowpilled are in a lot of trouble in this overtime.
Yeah, but there goes Goobercat. Great power play opportunity there. Slenderman has to get the core. If he's able to use his core flip, it could be over in this power play. He's opting to hold on to it for quite a while. Tries to do something fancy, gets it with Tacoma, but it's a great intercept from Arelafish there to make sure that doesn't happen. And because of all the stalling, Goobercat's now back on the field. Whips the barrage, though. The Blick comes out, but Vex is ready for this one. Isn't going to let it just go through him there. Monumentalist Era ult once again coming out there. Not getting anything this time, but Mingo is able to play very far up now with the just lack of pressure. Ooh, the red core from that ensnare drum's almost spelling doom, but not quite. The strike shot back and forth after the astral projection either. So many abilities being used, but Arelafish is able to get it through in the end. Didn't even have to use the core flip.
Yeah, very, very well played in the corner there. Goobercat playing containment and Vex keeping the core up with that critical strike shot, making sure that the defense couldn't escape. It really comes down to Pillowpilled. Their possession is pretty good in the early stages, but once it hits overtime, it feels like they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and you do somewhat expect that because Kaya and Asher are just so good at holding on to the core, even in overtime, whereas Zentaro and Era kind of have those gaps in their abilities. You know, it takes a while for the Zentaro primary, for the Zentaro secondary to come through, but the core flip from Vex forced out there after Slenderman finds a really nice angle down to the bottom. Tacoma whiffing a strike as well. Arelafish has control of the core, bounces it off the drum. Barrage actually messes up the dribble there, unfortunately. A little bit of a misplay there from Goobercat on this one, trying to do everything himself, but the save is so good. Slenderman and Tacoma both with core flips. I say that, and then Tacoma unfortunately whiffs one, but the core is not in the net yet. Slenderman in front of the goal, didn't opt to use the core flip there, and Mingo, though, is just going to be able to hold on to it for a little bit longer. Goobercat getting it forward, but the path splitter sends it backwards. That time, Tacoma almost dead, but not quite yet. Slenderman looking for the kill option, looking for the goal option, looking for anything on this one, but just not quite finding it. The ensnare drums as well is so good on that one. And the core flip from Goobercat saves his own life, sends it to the bottom, about the most value you can expect from a core flip.
Yeah, huge value there from Goobercat, and if he can keep up this performance in the midfield, it's just making it so difficult for Tacoma in particular to play, right? Tacoma's strikes have been solid, but Goobercat is adapting, playing back more, playing to make sure that Tacoma can't get ahead and cheat the strike war, and that's making a huge difference, especially in these breakaway plays with the Mako speed.
Yeah, oh, another barrier going down as well. It's an open goal, almost to net, but I gotta say, Mingo, despite the fact that we have had PFMC running away with some of these points, Mingo has just been holding the line so well. So many of these saves have been so clutch that we really have to focus on that for just a second. The offense on the other side is just being negated, though, by Vex's and Snare Drum, and the play, the triple layering of Arelafish, Goobercat, and Vex, just not letting that final barrier go down. Defense on both sides just so excellent on this one. Mingo has the core, passes it down to Tacoma. Tacoma whiffs the strike, but sets up the NATO, not quite on the optimal angle, but does keep it in that corner for a little bit longer. Vex, though, with the Mako primary, able to get it just past Slenderman.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is coming down to Slenderman and Tacoma. They're doing a lot of strikes that are, like, immediate. And that's kind of messing them up in a lot of these close situations. Great save by Mingo to get it out of the corner, and a great angle to the top side, but a perfect angle, no! Rebounds off the bottom, but Goobercat, oh, Mingo, the first panic clear that goes awry. I was praising the angles, but right there, that was not the one they were looking for.
They never expect to send to the same location 3 times in a row. Goobercat sending it down to the bottom time and time again. Mingo just playing a little too far up there, not being able to spread out with his teammate there and trying to hold it all down. And ultimately is going to be another set here going to PMFC, and a lot more convincingly this time. No almost comeback from Pillowpilled. However, Cast to last did fall to Era, which is quite good against a size-based team like you have with the Asher and the Mako. So the defense and the offense are both going to go get a lot more difficult when you're shrunken for so much longer. Zentaro picking up size and cooldown reduction again. Atlas picking up size and power again. All really nice. On the other side, I mean, size Asher, pretty good. Stacks nicely with peak performance.
Okay.
Primetime Makai, of course, is really good. And of course, speed on Mako, definitely not bad, but I do want to look out for that cast last. I think that's going to be the way that Pillow gets back into this.
So I think my eyes are actually on the Mako, because that's 3 Dash Awakenings on said Mako, and that is a ridiculous amount of speed every single secondary for the team to get. Like we're seeing here, there's flying. This Asher is larger and faster, and that cast last is going to be important. I think the big awakening on the side of Pillow, though, is that glass cannon on the Atlas. That additional speed is going to shore up their weaknesses so much here, but they need to find their way through on offense and make sure that Vex can't be channeling that drum and bass too long, because if that happens, it's looking very dangerous.
That it is. I did actually kind of miss that it was 3 stacked up. That is definitely a lot of speed. That's a lot of damage as well. Railfish and Goobercat taken to half HP, but no kill just yet. The kill confirms have seemed to be a little weak this game. More opportunistic than anything else. Railfish trying to get a nice opportunity in the corner there, but it was defended by Tacoma and Mingo. Core flip used from Slenderman, not able to get too much, but does get a lot more forward momentum. Frees up Mingo for a second. Railfish getting it to the top, but it goes around. Slenderman not getting connection with the eye rush either. The dribble in the corner is nice from Goobercat to get it up, but the Oni's blade steals it away, and the barrier doesn't get down. Nicely defended by Goobercat there. Railfish also missing the secondary, and that's going to be the barrier finally going down after a crazy ricochet there. Mingo's secondary is going to be wasted, unfortunately. Was cleared without the use of it, so it doesn't last at all. Mingo has the core flip, but isn't looking to use it, is trying to get forward a little bit more so he can position for it. Core flip from Vex gets it forward, but again, doesn't get too much. There's not much oomph behind these plays. They're able to get it forward and around, but not through.
And this open net situation is going to be very telling here. If they can score, this is a good sign for Pillow, but Goobercat is just controlling everything right now. Good strikes by Mingo, good strike wars against the Jellyfish, but there's the late strike. Well played by the Asher. The pass splitter set up the flip available, and right through both of them as strikes are on cooldown. Jellyfish gets it done, and they're 2 points away.
Yeah, 2 points away from closing out this first game, and that's a really nice start to the group stages. You always want to start on a win because, of course, it's a win, but just, again, I talked about earlier, the momentum of being on a win. You start here, you get to the finale, and that's great, but then you start looking at the teams, and you might get psyched out, but that first win is like, no, we actually do deserve to be here. We actually should be where we are. We did put in the work. We did improve. We did get here on our own merit. It wasn't just a fluke. So getting that first win really is such a major play for especially the newer teams being able to get there. Goobercat, nice dribble off the drum, though, was able to get the first barrier, and that's another one that's just the first barrier in a point. Usually doesn't matter, but it just can be nice to say, we can do this, we're not locked out. Don't worry, we may have lost something here or there. There we go, Slenderman finally getting that first barrier. It's only the first, but there's the second nice core flip from Tacoma. Can he get it through Goobercat? The answer so far is not quite, but the dribble against the Aranado is really nicely done. Not quite perfect, but enough to get it forward. Goobercat taking a lot of damage on his offense and not even getting the barrier forward. That means it's a sacrifice for nothing, but time will tell if it is actually a proper sacrifice. Can they capitalize on this? It seems not quite. Goobercat's able to regenerate pretty much all of his HP.
Yeah, there's the rebound. There's the core speed. Vex gets back just in time. Slenderman, though, right through both of them, finds the gap through the defense of PMFC. It's tied up in this final set, and a comeback seems realistic the way that the Pillow are consistently finding these barriers.
Yeah, and credit to Pillow for being able to stay in the game, stay on the plays, and not getting overwhelmed here. I think a lot of lesser teams would have basically given up by now, and you wouldn't see any plays from them. Slenderman almost getting the double, does get the double with a last-second strike from behind there. Really nicely done to know that he can do that right on the edge of the hitbox. The Giga, though, able to complete another parry on the other side, so an open goal on both sides in very rapid succession there. But a core flip on Mingo means that the goal should be safe for a little bit longer on the side of Pillow, but that's gonna go away very soon if Railfish and Goobercat have their way with it. Slenderman trying to get up to it, but doesn't get there just in time. Goobercat is so fast with the Mako speed, with his own speed on Kai. The Giga misses, and that's gonna be an opportunity for Slenderman, but the strike shot from Vex is really nice. Goobercat on the intercept as well means that there's not a 50-50 there. Great midfielding there. Railfish gets the core, sends it through, forces out the core flip from Mingo there. But Slenderman puts it through. Nicely done. Mingo going for an angle that gets it to his forward. Just amazing awareness that even in the defense, he's able to say, I need to clear it, but I should clear it intelligently. I'm not just going to bang it across the map and hope. He actually sent it down and around to get to Slendermon for that. And of course, Slendermon will always get it done.
And that's what impresses me the most about this Osas finale, this Osas graduating class, honestly. Well, prospective graduating class. The goalies have impressed me more than any other season. Mingo in particular, right notably, making panic clears that just seem veteran at times. Not panicking, only one clear in this entire game was like straight up bad, right? The one right to the enemy team. But this is Osas. We usually see a lot more of that. We're seeing defensive excellence. We're seeing KO flips that are used excellently like that from Slendermon. And we're seeing Pillow Pill just working their way back into this game.
Yeah, it was a great kill flip there from Slendermon as well, putting up the combo, ending it with the core flip from Tacoma as well. It seems like Pillow Pilled just found their angle here. They were suffering and struggling for a while, but they just seem to have turned on a switch here, and they're playing so much better. They're playing so much more together, so much more intelligently, so much more patiently, and maybe that's just a nerves thing where they decided, we're not going to have nerves, we're just going to get over it. But Arelfish is looking to put them in the grave, not looking to let it happen, but Vex not able to get the defense. Slendermon locking in the first set for Pillow Pilled, and we have a series on our hand. We're going to have Slendermon there being the set MVP and is going to be rewarded with many different potential options here. Even a Quick Strikes is not too bad, especially when you don't want the Asher to get it.
Yeah, I don't think Quick Strikes is going to be a big priority here, though. My eyes are on potential damage options, potential extra special as an option for this era that already has the Monumentalist. In fact, I feel like that would be an insane pickup for this era. I'm wondering why it's not being taken yet, because, okay, there we go. Monumentalist extra special on Era Windows natives. You pointed out at the very beginning that they were having a lot of impact. This era is taking over, and unless we see some miracle snipes from that missile prop Vex, I think that Pillow Pilled have all the tools they need.
Yeah. I think it was a really nice pickup there. The Stinger on Slendermon as well. You were talking about KO options. It's the other thing that I was looking at. If not the Quick Strike, it's probably going to be one of either the Spark Strength or that Stinger, because there's so much opportunity for the Zentaro to proc that, to do a little bit more damage, to start really punishing Arelfish and Goobercat, because so far they've been playing so riskily and getting away with it. But if you have just that little bit of damage and that ability to punish, we're going to start to see Goobercat low on HP, about to be taken out, does pick up a Timely Orb, but gets punished as well for it. Not quite going to be killed just yet, but that core flip on Slendermon is looking to take it out. Nice angle on that one from the corner. Goobercat thinks he's safe, but Slendermon is able to play around it, and that's going to be the open goal. The power play, can they get it done? Pillow Pilled, say not quite just yet. If Relfish is able to get some crazy dribbles, but Vex not quite getting the primary hit he was looking for, and Slendermon sliding in up at the top.
Yeah, and it really comes down to just, again, Arelfish. These dribbles are not crisp on the day. And, of course, it's a hard defense, right? It's a 2v3 when Slendermon and Tacoma have a lot of speed. But if Arelfish locks in, I think that PMFC have a really strong offense. But I'm just not seeing that so far.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of misplay here from Arelfish and a bit of miscommunication between him and Goobercat on what they want to do, how they want to execute the plays. Meanwhile, on the other side, the core flips, the AI rushes, everything coming together for Pillow Pilled. Starting off weak and finishing up pretty darn strong there with the kill flips, the barrier defenses. I mean, I'm shocked that that bottom barrier is still standing. That was a great last pixel core flip. The Arrow NATO comes out again. Again, you were talking about that extra special. It's so nice to have. It's coming out so many times. And we see Goobercat rushing forward, trying to win a strike, but the Astral Projection gets it through. Railfish going up to the top of the strike war, and the Barrage kind of interfering with each other, trying to do the same job, so only one really is needed there. And we're seeing kind of these abilities being used over and over again by PMFC, but they're not getting the effectiveness that they need because there's just more abilities, because Pillow Pilled is just more efficient with all of their abilities.
Wait a second, really efficient position to Strike War 1, and a huge opening for PMFC here. The shot from Vex up to Rellyfish, looking for the rebound, the pass up to the top corner, the dribble. Will it work out this time to Goobercat? The snare drums. It's a perfect missile prop aided combination from Pet My Free Cat, as this set is also tied up, but it's a very different tone here.
Yeah. And I gotta say, it's missile prop, it's strike shot, it's aerials. This is almost the most range you can have on this Mako. So just so much presence, even standing all the way back on the goal line there. But the Arrow NATO coming out, doing a lot of damage. Goobercat is now on low HP once again. Mingo, unfortunately, losing one barrier there. But the defense is almost so good. They lose it in the end, but they cost them so much. But they're starting to fall apart again. Pillow Pilled had that surge, they had their second win, but it seems like maybe PMFC have found their own second wind, and now they're 1 point away.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it's just a Relifish just going for it, right? Instead of trying to dribble in front of their faces, the Relifish is just using the strengths of Asher and pressing buttons and walking up with size. And I think that is such a big boon for PMFC's game plan. The Relifish is just walking up, just cutting off a lot of space that Pillow Pilled were working in.
Yeah, and we see it again, the Asher strength so nicely exploited there. Starts in the corner, pushes it down, uses the abilities in a straight line, simple as. That's all you need to do on Asher. The setup can be very difficult, but Goobercat has been giving that setup. But on the other side, Slenderman getting one barrier, a kill. Goobercat is off the field, so Relfish doesn't have that midfield support. It's a lot harder to execute on this Asher without it. But this time, the dribbles are a lot more in control. It's away from the goal. The goal is not open. There's so much less pressure on a Relfish this time that he's really able to shine here. The Ensnare Drum sends it to the corner, keeps it there for a second. The Pass Splitter, the Giga Blast, everything used, but it's going to be the barrier beam from Relfish to take the first game of Osas Season 13.
Yeah, PMFC advancing to the 1-0 record. Well played, well done. It was hard fought. Pillow Pilled almost turned it around, and they were looking real good too in doing so, but the team came together for that final set and decisively closed it out.
Yeah, we did see moments where both Pillow Pilled and PMFC locked in together. They played as a team, but I don't think we really saw it at the same time. Both of these teams seem to be very opportunistic, where they're able to take advantage of opportunities. They're able to play when the field is open, which is a great skill to have. If you can't play when the field is open, you're never going to do it ever. But it seems that they tend to struggle when there's a couple of problems in that machine. If someone throws a wrench in their plan, then it starts to fall apart. And so these teams have to learn. Hopefully throughout today, we see these teams develop as they start to figure out, okay, these are some really difficult teams now that they've made it to the finale. They're really pushing the limits. And hopefully we can see these teams level up through those limits, find out ways to play around when it's not perfect, when it's not going their way, because I think both of these teams are very strong when they're playing together.
Yep, and with that's our first stream match complete, and we have to head on to round 2 pretty quickly. So anything you want to say before we go to a very short break and come back with another match?
Not too much. Thank y'all for coming out, and stay tuned.
Hello everyone, we're back and we're here with the second round of this group stage of the Osas Season 13 finale. And here we have two teams that didn't do so well, unfortunately, in that first round. They're both 0-1, but it's still early on, right? There are 7 matches to play, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but some teams that have some rabid fan bases here. La Creatura versus Chikara Space Train on this one. Now, of course, I must always be against Chikara. It's just the way things go. So I'll be cheering for La Creatura here in a very, very unbiased manner. But it should be a fun match either way. We have some... Now, they're hovering, right? But they're hovering the Jakar, the Luna, the Aimi. That's a pretty strong team there. It seems they're also going to be terminating the match real quick, though. So we'll be not quite going into game. Sometimes there's some technical difficulties. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes you just forget to set awakenings or stuff like that. So it's going to take another second longer, but we can see the draft there now. It's going to be the Glass Cannon Ad Rush versus, and then it's going to be immediate Juno ban and Rasmus ban. Pretty fair. You see those banned a lot, especially the Juno. The Rasmus, less so, but still pretty high up on the ban list for a lot of players. And then you have Aimi. It was what they were hovering, the Aimi Drakkar Luna versus the Atlas Centauro Asher. So blue team, La Creatura, I'd say that's a little bit more unconventional. Not as often that you see the Luna forward or the Atlas forward or the I'm just all over the place. Not all the time that you see just basically a triple midfield comp, but there's a lot of damage available to them there.
Yeah, I like that too, right? Because in the previous game, damage felt pretty incidental, right? Neither team was really indexing into damage, with the exception of the Stinger a little bit and finding some flip kills. But other than that, like, they weren't playing as a damage comp. They were picking Era, Atlas, Mako, etc. This is a very different game, and we'll see if that kind of damage-focused playstyle will find footing here.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Ad Rush, it's going to be very much enabled. And that's one of the things with anytime there is a possibility to go KO, like a KO meta, Ad Rush just becomes so much more valuable because it allows you to play both KO and core control, because you waste all your cooldowns to get a kill, and then you use Ad Rush to get all those back, and so now you can use core control after you kill them. So it's a very powerful awakening for this. But I think we might see 1 or 2 Glass Cannon pickups even still, because it just enables those kills so much better. The Luna goalie actually benefits a lot from just a little bit of power. And of course, speed is always really good on goalies. So, of course, I would still myself probably take the Ad Rush, but Glass Cannon is a surprisingly close pick to Ad Rush in that regard.
Yep. We'll see. On the other side, of course, a bit of a more defensive team with the Atlas. Maybe we'll see that revive really coming in clutch if the offense can't get going super quickly. But also keep in mind that the scoring options have to be a bit creative from La Creatura, right? Their forward duo is Aimi and Drakkar after all.
Mm-hmm. You do sometimes see that Drakkar brawler scorer coming out here, and I think it's probably what we're going to see. Of course, though, Dagito's on the Aimi pick. Pretty nice to see that one. We see an immediate barrier taken within the first 3 seconds of the match. A second one followed up, Slime Singer with a really nice arc on that dash. Striker Kuryami sending it in almost with the primary. Good defense from Oddnarb there. Means that it's not going to go through. The goal is open, but the core is not in the net. Chikukute as well, able to get a Rose Warp to get the first barrier for Chikara Space Train. Really nice to see that as well. So we start to see some fundamentals coming out here from Space Train. They're not going to be swept away completely, and the defense from Oddnarb actually has been pretty insane there. That Drakkar shotgun can be very brutal to defend against.
Yeah, well-timed strike, well-spaced even. And these primaries to bypass the limited range of the Drakkar are putting in a lot of work here, with Slime Slinger coming in. Oddnarb, another strike war against an invisible Drakkar. Where have I seen that before? It is such a good defense coming in from the goalie of Chikara Space Train, but with an open net, it's only going to get more difficult.
Yeah. Great passive there from Joaquin there as well. It can be very difficult to manage, but the catch on the Oni's blade! I thought it was over when Oddnarb sent the Ash Protection down, but it is going to be fine for another second until I say something, and then it's going to go straight in. Striker Kuryami able to find it on the bottom, and Oddnarb just a little too far up to the top. But after the first 2 barriers went down for Chikara Space Train in about 15 seconds, I was not expecting that point to hit overtime, so kudos to them for taking it all the way there. But this blitz from La Creatura seems to be continuing. That's another double barrier in the first 10 seconds. Dogitos did use the core flip to try and get that. The hit stun from the cyber swipe is enough to secure that. Oddnar not able to do anything against that. And that's a lot closer to what I expected that first point to be after the double barrier. It seems that La Creatura is finding their blitz a little bit more steady now.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is the Slime Slinger is not feeling the pressure at all, right? Watin and Chiku have barely been able to push up and put any sort of offense against... Okay, well, maybe things will change now that Chiku's gone.
That is going to be Chiku gone, and it's going to be a nice core flip, but the dash from Slime Slinger is really nice. Able to keep both these alive, and that's going to be the kill flip coming out of Striker Kuriyami there. The barrier goes down as well. Of course, this Drakkar does have the ad rush, so he's getting the speed, he's getting the cooldown. Unfortunately, Slime Slinger own barriers there, and Chiku is almost able to set up at the top of this. Timely cyber swipe is able to offer some defense there for the Luna. Striker Kuriyami trying to send it through, but the Drakkar shotguns have not been doing it. Oddnar is just too good against that. Too expecting that timing of strike into shotgun. It's going to be the full team, though, from La Creatura, sending it all forward. Everyone gets to touch on the core. Slime Slinger does get that last one, though, and that's going to be a 3-0 sweep for this first set. And La Creatura looking very dominant, and there's a lot of stuff in this draft. Jeez.
Yeah, a lot of damage options, and the creation's looking quite interesting as well. Timeless and Extra Special both available for this IME, and that is looking kind of nice here. Time was taken away. Extra Special still available. Deadeye and Stinger on the board as well as the explosive entrance. They're waiting quite a bit. They're trying to pass Extra Special to the Luna, and the Deadeye to... they should have flipped that. IME should have had Extra Special, and Luna should have Deadeye here, honestly. It's still pretty strong, right? But I feel like that's reversed.
I don't hate it for one reason. If you're playing a full kill comp, Luna ult is a lot better at getting rid of the evades. So if you're on Drakkar and Aimi trying to get kills, it's actually better for your damage if Luna gets the extra special, because then Luna pops all the enemy evades so that you don't have to worry about them. I still think Deadeye is great, and I would love to have it on Luna, but I don't think it's wrong, especially with how good Deadeye is on the Aimi. So I don't hate it. I think it's a little unorthodox, but I do like it. Dogito's picking up another kill there, really nicely done. Making use of that glass cannon Deadeye power really is... Oh, and that's going to be the ult there, and that's the Deadeye power coming out here. Slime Slinger having to use the core flip there, unfortunately, and Striker Kuriyami is trying to send it straight through the Atlas. A little bit brawler-brained on that one. Instead of sending it down over to the midfield, just trying to push it right through. Slime Slinger curving all the way around as well, but not quite getting it in. The power play actually dissolves there, even though it was a fantastic double kill early on. It's kind of faded, and we actually have an opportunity here for Race Train to get something done. Unfortunately, Tagito does not get it through, but it's going to go through with this Drakkar going through the middle anyways. The one thing that I'm very surprised with in that last draft is Atlas going for the Timeless instead of the extra special against a heavy kill comp, denying the Aimi and the Luna extra special and being able to keep your people alive. I think that was more of the misplay than anything, but that was not a misplay there. Fantastic ult from Slime Slinger. Yeah,
and yeah, your logic on the whole Luna Aimi thing is proving to be pretty reliable for this team, right? They're getting the evades often, they're getting the damage often. Watin trying to build up a flip, but I don't think that'll be allowed to happen here. Really good strikes from Slime Slinger, ahead of the curve in a lot of these interactions, getting there early and making sure that the strike war situations don't become scary. And that's so valuable when you're playing a goalie like the Luna, both barriers down. You need to use these dashes offensively before you're in too much trouble.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a knife's edge there with Luna, because if you are pressured, it's basically over. But as long as you can trust your forwards, as long as they can buy the time, it's fine. Oddnarb, unfortunately, whiffing the court flip, and that is going to be a little unfortunate here. Shikukute, though, getting a Rose Warp strike forward. Slime Slinger playing very far forward, almost overstaying, and I was a little worried there for a second. But going to be able to get it done. Slime Slinger whiffing the core flip, and it's going to go in! Shikukute from downtown with a very close bounce there just around the Luna. And that's heartbreaking because you lose the core flip and you lose the goal. So now you don't even have the evade if they try to pressure you. But I'd say it's a pretty nice start off the back of that. Geez, the double barrier going down. Really nicely found.
Yeah, and that completely changed the tone of what happened in the previous point, right? it would have felt bad, but now it's just it's a long gone memory even as they push forward, find the goal in just 17 seconds. And it felt like the point was over a lot sooner than that when both barriers instantly went down.
Yeah, and that, I mean, La Creatura has been... looking at this, how did they lose game one? There must be some, like, Pro League Smurf team over there that managed to beat La Creatura, because looking at them like this, it is so difficult to imagine how they would lose that game one, because they're just so good at playing this kill comp, so good at playing together as a team, that it's almost inconceivable to imagine that they would lose that one. Dagitos, though, is going to be taken down. A nice kill flip there from Poitin, and now that's an ad rush proc on him and the Estelle. But Striker Kuriyami gets his own proc there, and that's going to be a lot of damage onto Poitin. They almost had it with the power play, but then it kind of stabilizes. One barrier on each, and oh, the rocket from Slime Slinger takes out the Zentaro. Nicely found here, but a nice Cosmic Expanse from Odnarb.
Yep, well played. One barrier down. Striker Kuriyami in the corner. And they're trying to blow them all up. A perfect backdash from Slime Slinger keeps the barrier standing and just makes it so hopeless in this situation for Chikara Space Train. The defense is there, but it's an open net. It's an Atlas in the box, and Shigakute gets it passed down to Dagitos. Up to Striker Kuriyami, perhaps. A dribble not quite found. The defense holding, and overtime. This might be what Chikara Space Train needs to even up this set, but the double defense, the strike forward, Kuriyami with the flip available, and time's ticking away right now.
Time is ticking, but so are the barriers. Now it's an open goal on the side of La Creatura. The Corvum in front of the net, but the Cosmic Expanse is really nice. The Firewall Sentry comes out. The bounces are all over the place. Shikakute and Odnarb are hit by the Molten Bolt there. Corflip from Taquitos gets it forward, and the shotgun gets it through. Another set for La Creatura, but Chikara Space Train looking a lot stronger in this one. They only got 1 point, but each point was a lot closer.
Very, very close here. And Slime Slinger with the first pick. This draft is quite interesting because there is size on the board here, and size that will be well used by that Zentaro perhaps, but also to stagger the bulk up, a huge priority pickup for survivability, and that's exactly what does happen. And it even mentioned the twin drive, which is going to make Slime Slinger such a menace. But if Odnarb can play offensively with that missile prop, they can mitigate a lot of that ideally, and so if Odnarb can play confidently before the barriers go down, I think that Chikara Space Train could start turning things around.
Yeah, there is a chance. There's some powerful awakenings. And honestly, size on Estelle is not bad because it gives you a little bit more flexibility with that Rose Warp. So you can do a little bit more with it. It's definitely not her A tier one, but it's not bad. However, Striker Kuriyami taking a lot of damage here. No secure on it just yet. The piercing shot does keep him low, but he picks up an orb. Nice rotate there from Slime Slinger, playing a little more forward as well. Slime Slinger trying to get the hit onto Huatin there and ends up just going for the core. It's my favorite moment on Luna Goalie, where you're trying to get a kill and then it just looks like you're the best core control player in the world. But is going to get the kill there, confirmed, finally nicely set up there. From Slime Slinger, gets the ad rush proc as well. Dagito sending it forward with the glitch pop, has the core flip as well. It's going to use it right then, sends it down to the bottom, and Odnarb just was not expecting it.
Yep. Well, it's looking like another point, another chapter in the story for La Creatura here. Their game plan has been consistent from the very start, and it's really up to Chikara Space Train to find an answer, to put some pressure on Dagitos maybe, but we're not seeing that. They're trying, but these KOs are not coming through.
Yeah, and I mean, you see so much damage as well coming here on Shikakute on the other side that the Cyber Swipe almost hits the Estella. That might have been a kill, but Dagitos, probably for the better, was focused more on the core control than the killing. And Shikakute, not dead, but just being bounced around, and honestly, that's sometimes worse, because there's just not a lot you can do, and you're trying to run away to get orbs, you're trying to just struggle to stay alive. Finally, the Atlas ult is able to come out, and the health bar stabilized. Piercing shot is also really nice to pick up one bear. Slime Slinger doesn't have any energy either, so there's a lot more opportunity for piercing shots to get the hits done on. The Firewall Sentry as well, not finding a perfect connection there. Crystal Thorns gets it forward. Piercing shot, countered by a core flip from Dagitos, but the glitch pop actually sends it down into the barrier, and that's going to be Huatin with the Oni's Blade picking up a point here for Space Train. Very nicely played there from Space Train. They didn't quite get a perfect thing. They were being knocked around, but they kept getting up, they kept pushing forward, and they took the opportunities that they could.
And that's so important here, especially when these craters are raining on your head. Slime Slinger has the twin drive and dashing forward over and over and just chipping away at these health bars. But Striker Kuriyami's low, 2 barriers down, and once again a dangerous situation for Chikara Space Train.
Yeah, but, and the unfortunate core flip from Huatin. I was just going to say the Rose Warp was really nice. They have an opportunity there, but the core flip kind of stalls that momentum out. Firewall Sentry doesn't get a perfect connection, but it does do a lot of damage to Shiku. It's going to be a red core bouncing up and down there for a little bit. The Cosmic Expanse is really nice. Oddnarb still holding on to this core flip as well, not having to invest it is really nice, but Huatin might have to invest something else. Is going to be saved just barely by the angles. Dagito's not finding the perfect one to knock him off the map. But again, he's so low on health, and Oddnarb has to defend on his own, and it's just a 50-50, and Striker Kuriyami hits it to the top, and not much more can be said. Nicely done.
Yeah, 1 point away now. If La Creatura can start figuring things out, then it's going to be curtains, right? They have the resources, they have the game plan, and all they need is one moment where they combine their flips, find the damage, open up the net, and right now, the Chikara Space Train, they need to survive.
Yeah, they do need to survive, but it's so difficult. I mean, the Awakening draft is so good for La Creature. They got basically everything they could want, and it's only 2 sets in. The Luna ult as well coming out, the rockets just raining down on them. The barriers are open. The goal is now ready to be scored on there. Luna has the core flip. Barrier only now goes down. The Ash Protection doesn't hit the core. The Cosmic Expanse does. Also stops the Luna there from getting the connection with the core flip. And that's actually going to be another barrier going down. It's the opportunity here that Space Train was looking for. They just have to get it forward one more time here. But the core flip from Luna is going to seal the deal. Into the goal goes the core. And La Creatura takes a 1-1 position here in the finale.
Yeah, and in Osas, it's really up to your team playing your game plan, and that is where the best Osas teams succeed here. And La Creature just had a fully featured game plan. They had a win condition. Of course, their game plan has weaknesses, yes, like they're playing Lunar Goalie, and Dogitos is doing a lot to help out, but I just didn't see the vision for Space Train, right? Space Train were just playing a game, while La Creature were playing their own game.
Yeah, 100% agree there. The comp from Space Train is not bad. Atlas, Estelle, Zintara. You have a goalie that's a wall, can hold it down. And Oddnarb had so many good saves there. Huatin, forward, had some really good plays as well. Shikakute, also some really good plays. None of these players did badly. None of them were playing a wrong game. They just were not able to play to the best of their ability, because as soon as this comp got locked in from La Creatura, it was no longer a game of Taiko Temple. It was just a game of survive. You had to survive against the kill comp, and they just were not able to do that, unfortunately for them. And very fortunately for La Creatura, taking away with just sweep after sweep. They were dominating set after set.
Yeah, and in these types of games, you have to find a way to break out of the game plan of the other team, right? But they didn't lock in heavy speed to try and overwhelm the kill comp before they could start killing. They didn't try to really KO them back. It's really up to focus. You have to focus on doing some kind of game plan in these situations, and La Creatura just excelled at that kind of focus, and that's why we see them on top here and still very, very competitive to qualify in the top half and make it out of this group stage, but it's still a lot of game to play here.
Yeah, a lot more games ahead of both of these teams, and we'll be seeing more up ahead after a break. Welcome back, everybody. For this round, we have Pet My Free Cat versus Force of Will. Pet My Free Cat, of course, coming in for the reprisal. We saw them first game of the stream. And Force of Will, I don't think they've been on stream just yet, but a lot of popular names all around, I think from familiar players to everyone in the chat. So I think this is going to have some rather rabid fans, potentially.
Yeah. Wait, did us getting to lobby break?
It might have. These things happen. But I'm looking at the chat there, and I'm seeing one of the players, Leary, saying, we may have gotten silly in draft. And I'm looking at the team there. Is that perchance ex-goalie Dubu forward?
Yeah.
Well, either way.
Quite a few loading issues.
Yep. It happens sometimes. But it is going to be the Hot Shot versus Stagger Swagger on Tycho Temple, so not as much killing as we maybe saw last game, at least to start with. And it's going to be Dubu goalie, not Dubu forward. Leary got my hopes up, saying they got silly, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the maximum silliness that I was expecting. I'm disappointed.
Well,
still should be a pretty fun comp to see.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting here. On the other end, we're seeing the Kai, Asher, and Era. That's an interesting composition. I'm expecting a Kai goalie, but if it's an Era goalie, I would be a little bit more invested.
Yeah, I could see it going. Honestly, it would be probably pretty bad, but all three of those characters can play goalie. You probably wouldn't want to have the Asher and the goalie on this one. Kai Era forward seems pretty bad. But other than that, a couple ways that this could be iterated. But we do see that it's going to be the Dubu goalie, X forward, Estelle midfield on the other side. So pretty standard. A little bit of kill potential, but not really leaning too heavily on either side. Should be fun to see. And we're going to see that it is indeed the Era goalie, as you're saying, with the mom boots. So a little bit more speedy, able to bounce around. Not quite going to have the range on Tourney if you went strike shot, but I think Mom Boots is probably the more popular pick.
Yeah, I like that Era goalie here. It's going to have a similar pseudo speed as like the Mako and help out this Asher Kai a lot. And Goobercat, of course, displaying in previous games, very, very comfortable on that Kai. And it's Tycho Temple yet again. And a Rellyfish with the barrier beam. It's like we're seeing the previous BMFC game, but again.
Yeah, pretty much. It is going to be this same forward duo, hopefully a little bit more in tune. We saw them at the end of the last game really locking in with each other and playing a little bit more together. And as long as they can do that, I think that PMFC has a pretty strong presence here, especially with the occasional Arenado coming in from the back line. But Rellyfish is, as always, taking a lot of damage on this forward, opting to trade a lot of health for a lot of progress. And still, two barriers on one side, one on the other, so slight advantage here for PFMC. And Leary taking a lot of damage as well. The core flip's coming out from 2 players here, but not too much done. 3 players. Rellyfish able to use the 3rd core flip to take down that 2nd barrier. And the first goal has already been scored, so it'd be the 2nd goal. I can count. Goobercat and Vex able to secure that top barrier there. Rylotaku not able to get through, and the Giga Blast almost gets it around. The Borush goes straight around that Arenado, and the Bellringer takes that first barrier. Force of Will able to push forward a little bit. The X Maximus also coming out to get that bear. The core flip just a little bit too late from Vex, and a pass straight to the X there, unfortunately, but isn't capitalized on too much. Leary passing backwards into the Dubu wall, apologizing. I think she meant to bounce off the drums there, but it's going to be the Witching Beam going a little long, and Vex a little too far forward, and the most calculated goal I've ever seen.
Yep. Wow. If that happens often, well, Leary said, we may have gotten silly, but if that's the spirit of the team, that's definitely one way to succeed here. And they do have plenty of energy to work with, right? So it's looking quite good for them if they could play into this corner, but the pass splitter does prevent that quite a bit.
Yeah, great layering of abilities as well. Core flip forced out of Leary there. Rellyfish otherwise almost definitely would have gotten that kill onto the Estelle. They're trying to get it through at the bottom here, but The strike layering is pretty good from Force of Will. Leary taking a ton of damage and is going to be knocked off of the field there. No ad rush available, so it's not going to be instant resets here. But Goobercat keeping in this corner here with the Dubu wall buys a lot of time, and Estelle is now back on the field just about. There she is. And it's going to be a kind of a mission now to get it through. But as I say that, Asher is pretty good at getting it through. The pass splitter, though, not able to get the connection. The Crystal Thorns gets it forward as well. Vex really trying to keep it on this bottom side here. Real Otaku able to get it in this corner, but not into the barrier. Nice defense there from Vex. Barrage comes out as well. Goobercat trying to get things done. Relifish trying to get it through, but Mole Drifter is on that defense. Has the core flip, not going to need to use it just yet. Back pass off the drum. Piercing shot also almost takes out Goobercat. Pass down, but missed the strike. Unfortunately, Relifish not able to get the connection onto that one. Goobercat trying to play back a little bit. Vex playing a little forward. Good rotation there. But so far, just a few misplays from both teams means that their plays are falling a little bit too short. Great core flip, though, from Vex. Forces out the core flip from the Dubu. Otherwise, would have certainly been a goal there. And Railfish passing down along the bottom, but this Tofu Fortress is just holding the line.
Yeah, good defense by Mole Drifter, but the offense needs to pick up somehow. They're trying to connect, and they do find the barrier off the rebound. Real Otaku gets in there. Now the cooldowns are down, though, and Mole Drifter needs to hold for a while longer. Vex, Lyrie intercepting Estelle abilities, perhaps. It's bouncing around in the midfield, trying to set up, but it goes right to Vex again. And now Real Otaku trying to find an opening, but it's just so difficult, and Vex is staying cool, winning the strike wars, getting it out of there, as Mole Drifter does the same on the other end, but it's a lot harder to get around. Goalie Cat, oh no, it's a little bit of an awkward situation in the midfield, but Real Otaku picks up the core speed right into the demon angle, and he closes out the point.
Yeah, there was some creative drum play there at the end. Relifish trying to get it off there to build up some speed to go in, but Mole Drifter was aware of it and just sent it right back with twice the speed. And that is going to be another goal here. Force of Will taking the lead now after losing that first point. Bewitching Beam, Barrage kind of again interacting with each other, or rather not interacting with each other, kind of trying to do the same job. And we saw a lot of that in the last game, but I think that's probably one of the biggest weaknesses is that Vex and Goobercat, sometimes they're trying to do the same things and they waste abilities doing so. But Relifish almost getting killed there, looking at that Asher with the core flip on the edge of the map. Very terrifying there. Dash Barrier being core flip has a lot of kill range on it. Barrier does go down as well, so it's 1-1. Relifish trying to get it in this corner, maybe with the core flip as well. The Somersault is really nice. The Giga Blast as well, but it doesn't go through. They just don't have the punch to get it through Mole Drifter on this one. Really good defense on that part.
Yeah, Relifish now in the corner. 2 flips available for PMFC. Barrier taken, but the flip wasted. The Tofu Fortress doesn't get it done that time. So Goobercat has a huge opening here. But Larry rotating the core around the flip, forcing it into an awkward spot. But a Relifish gets it right around Mole Drifter, and the set is evened up.
Yeah, that was a really nice find on the pass from Goobercat, cutting the very narrow angle out of the drums and not having it bounce off. Wasn't a very large window there, especially when you factor in the Estelle piercing beam. But speaking of Estelle, the Crystal Thorns claims that first barrier. X Maximus able to claim the second. That's a rocking start here for Force of Will as they're able to almost put it through, forcing out the core flip from Vex. That's a lot down. There's basically no energy on the side of PMFC, whereas there are 3 core flips on the side of Force of Will, so it is, I'm not going to jinx them too hard, but it is heavily favored here for them. X sends it through with the core flip there. Not going to take chances. The Crystal Thorns behind just in case somehow Vex is able to clear that one out. And, well, I've said it many times before on many different casts, but every time you see an X winning first set, you should be shaking because that is not what you want to see.
Yep, they are getting ahead early, and that is so important for a team like this here. And the Awakenings are looking quite scary as well. Adrenaline Rush, Size Awakenings, both available. It looks like the Size is going to be all denied, though. Might of the Colossus is probably going to be... No, Timeless... I feel like that's a bit of a mistake from Vex here. Timeless Creator not doing really much for the era at all. Meanwhile, you had the opportunity to put X in a pretty unfortunate situation.
Yes, but Might of the Colossus does work for negatives. Meanwhile, okay, Bellringer, really good find from Real Otaku. But Might of the Colossus does work for negatives. He gets, I'm trying to say something, he just keeps playing too well.
There's only positives.
Oh, it's actually secret. I'm like, it's secretly a nerf because Bewitching Beam can actually reduce the X's power, but that doesn't matter because he got a kill in 2 barriers, so I think it's pretty fine for him on that trade.
I'm only seeing positives here for Real Otaku. And there's another dash, there's another KO, and there's another goal for Force of Will here. And I think Vex is kind of realizing, oh, maybe I should have taken that instead, because Era does benefit from it quite a little bit as well. You know, it's not like just like a generic size on Era.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a power buff there for the same reason that it might possibly be less good on X. The Witching Beam, it is really good on Era, but it's even better on X. The X Maximus comes out, increasing the size, increasing the power. That is going to be 2 barriers going down again, and Real Otaku is really just doubling up every single time. On the other side, Relifish able to get the double as well. Pass, but it comes out with the Tofu Fortress straight through it. Really nice. Found the core flip, though. Countered by Goobercat. Nice play. Just each team countering each other, but Relifish able to get the dribble, self-pass down into the bottom. Just a little bit faster than Moldrifter there.
Yeah, this is a classic situation where Moldrifter just isn't punishing Relifish for that kind of play, right? We saw it get punished in the first game that PMFC played, where Relifish would go for that dribble. And Moldrifter, unfortunately, not recognizing that the counterplay to that is just walking up. Because if you go for a dribble like that as the brawler, you're basically giving up control of the core to the goalie if they walk up. But Moldrifter, not quite aware, a little bit too scared of the Asher, and that's allowing a Relifish to just play the game.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that Relifish has picked up, and that's why Relifish dribbles so much, just because it does work so well against so many goalies that don't play up. If you're relying on your midfielder for all of your forward pressure, you end up in that situation. Nice pass from Goobercat up to Vex, actually keeps control of the core. Gigablast keeps it forward as well, so does the Barrage, but that Bewitching Beam doesn't quite get too much done. The core flip Bellringer gets a kill, gets a goal, and Real Otaku just finding so much value this set.
Yeah, the Real Otaku is just playing all these situations so precisely, and that's important if you're a brawler, right? You need to make the most of every single opportunity you have. Relifish stands still for a second, but is now back, and this lead is looking quite legitimate for Force of Will, especially if Moldrifter can figure out the open net defense yet again. Maybe not even get to the open net in the first place, but a Relifish playing the corner perfectly with the pass splitter to solo offense against 2.
Yeah, but it is that open goal now. The Bellringer sends it backwards just a little bit, but it ends up being a pass. A Relifish with the I Me Cry there, not able to get control of the core on that one. Tofu Fortress being used as Dubu runs upwards. And the Aeronado not actually doing too much damage because there is no Monu. It's just that Timeless Creator. Relifish going for some greedy dribbles there, and is going to cost a little bit as the core control gets donated with the core flip from X. Although it does cost the core flip from the X as well. Bewitching Beam hits the Kai. Giga goes forward. Relifish trying to get down to the score. Piercing shot stuns her up, and that is going to mean that is a core flip from Vex to get it down to Goobercat, having to use so many reads to keep control, but a drum dribble from Goobercat straight into the goal. Nice shot.
Yeah, just a very well played by Goobercat to even this set up and maybe swing it to the other way here. We'll have to see if that does occur, because the Relifish has flip, and if that Astra gameplay can continue in the corner, that would be huge. But right now they're trying to put the pressure on to just send it around Relifish as much as possible.
Yeah, and that is one barrier down, though, and Relifish trying to get the setup, trying to get it through. The Tofu Fortress able to buy enough time for the strikes to come out. Nicely set up there by Moldrifter, who's also playing up quite a bit farther, and that's going to be Goobercat picking up a barrier. Nicely done. Goobercat has the core flip as well, so does Relifish. Huge energy advantage here on the other side. We saw this earlier. It was the 2-2, but the energy advantage on the side of Force of Will. This time it's in the hands of PMFC. They lose one barrier, but they still have one. And Goobercat running in front with the Barrage. Relifish with the core flip counters the core flip of Mole, who was just a little too slow on it. And that is going to be a Relifish putting it into the goal and taking the first set here that PMFC have gotten in this game.
Yeah, very, very well played. And we're going to be looking in this draft at the Size Awakening once more. That big fish, a big factor, but the spec trading on the X also, we've seen a few KOs. A Quick Strike is a shadow of its former self, but it could help a lot in those corner situations, combined with the Asher innate cooldown reduction on those strikes. The Relifish could be in creative mode after the secondary, but that is only in very specific situations.
Yeah. What we also see, though, is Castellax going to X, or going to Era, sorry. I'm a little surprised that the X goes for the specialized training, because, don't get me wrong, Big Fish is great, especially if you have that Might of the Colossus. Its health, its size, its power, it's basically everything you want. But the specialized training just gets so much value on X if you have a little bit of power. So I think that might have been a misdraft, but it's definitely not a bad draft either, as, of course, size is pretty good. Relifish, low on health, of course. So that's going to be an opportunity for a kill here. Force of Will can secure it, but we haven't seen really any kills happen this game. There's been 1 or 2, but it's more opportunity-based, whereas it's been mostly focused on the core control.
We'll see. The midfield has been a bit of a weak point for Force of Will, right? If you're piloting Estelle, if you're out of position, you're really out of position. There's no hastes to try and get back into position like the Kai can do, like the Era can give to the team. Right now, though, with the open net, if they can set up on the offense, it'll be huge, but Real Otaku in position, Goobercat's there to keep it safe, and the Tofu Fortress doing a lot of work right now. Rellyfish having to burn so many cooldowns to get around it.
Yeah, and we see that Dubu is actually playing up a lot more now, maybe recognized after that earlier thing that, yeah, just play up a little bit more, use the, unfortunate core flip there from Leary. The Rose Warp, though, is pretty nice, and I gotta say, the Rose Warps from Leary this game have been pretty solid all around. But unfortunately, Mole Drifter goalie momented and sent it straight into the Asher. We've all been there, we've all done it, but it is unfortunate every time. On that one, it's a simple up clear there, and you're basically good to go. Kai's too far back to do anything, and Asher has no way to get up there. But it's a very simple goalie brain, and sometimes you're just panicking on the clear, and it happens.
Yeah, it's a little rough here. When we're looking at this game, I feel like they could just target Real Otaku, right? It kind of looks like this X is just such a massive part of their offense that if they damage this X enough, a Force of Will might have no force to speak of.
Yeah. However, even though X is deceptively squishy, there's not a lot of damage on the side of PMFC, so they might have to use their entire kit just to get the X low, and we saw that earlier. And now he's back up to full health, and, you know, they have to use their abilities for core control now. Oh, and that is crazy off of the drum there. I think it was the core hitting just ahead of the... Yeah, the core hits slightly ahead of the Asher, so the core expires the drum, so the Asher doesn't bounce off and does get killed. I don't know if that was an intentional setup or if that just happened, but either way, it was really nice to see.
Yep. There's the barrier take after the KO, and in this power play, Real Otaku doesn't let go. It's a point to even up this game entirely here.
Yeah. 1-1, 1-1, sets and goals both. The only thing that's not as even is this energy lead. Leary and Mole having quite a bit of energy, but on the other side, Relfish isn't too far behind, so it's not a massive one just yet. Somersault does pause the core for just a second, but no barriers go down. The clear is not really complete. It's very contested on the bottom side of this map here, but that is a double barrier going down, nicely set up there, nicely executed by Force of Will. The core flip gets through, but Real Otaku can't quite get it all the way connected through. Relfish dribbling along the bottom here, trying to get the setup, bounces off the drum. Somersault, though, is going to send it through. The pass splitter is also invested there, but not to much regard. Real Otaku trying to get through. The piercing shot gets it forward. Mole Drifter all the way up, trying to use that core flip offensively, but is going to get countered by Relfish. It was a nice attempt on the play, but also a nice defense from Relfish.
Yep, they're looking for a score on this open net, but a Rellyfish with the flip available is proven to be a bit of a threat here. It's always so scary, but KO'd by the Tofu Fortress, and now it's a complete swing in momentum. No flip, no life here, and if they can find one good pass, and they do, right to Real Otaku, it's a lead once again.
Yeah, just a moment found. Mole Drifter saw the opportunity to just kill the Asher with the Tofu Fortress, just executed on a Rellyfish. I'm crying over there from it. But just a nice play around. But the pickup, I think that was Goobercat's Giga that actually picked that one up. But on the other side, we have a strike from Real Otaku to get one. The Bull Rush isn't going to get the connection. The X Maximus isn't either. This barrier is still standing, but there is an exit in your face trying to do things. He's not going to be able to do too much more, though. Bell Ringer, Rose Warp, finally it goes down. I gotta say, the control here from Force of Will, just keep it locked in front of the barriers for what felt like an eternity there. But on the other side, Goobercat able to get that momentum on the other side. The Maelstrom there, hitting X off the map. The core flip from Leary able to buy a little bit of time to Tofu Fortress as well. X is still 5 seconds away here, but those are 5 seconds that are bought by a nice clear from Leary. Goobercat Somersault is able to defuse that situation. I was going to say Goobercat's about to rush forward, but nice, great Somersault. Rellyfish with the dribble, with the strike through. This time it does work out. That quick strike really enabling these kinds of plays.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here, but my eyes are on a Rellyfish once again in this point, building up a flip. It's almost like the previous point didn't happen with how a Rellyfish is in this position, the KO point, to be exact. So If that can just happen, a complete mental reset and get in the corner like we're doing here, it does force the defense from Force of Will, but it's an excellent one as they find a barrier on the other side.
Yeah, but it is one barrier to one barrier. Never mind. Goal opens here. Force of Will have the opportunity to take the set here. Well, there is still one barrier to go through. Oh, going up to the top of the goal, but Vex is there in time. Never mind. Crystal Thorns dribbles it down, and Real Otaku sends it to the bottom. Nice midfielding support there from Leary just to keep it forward. And I was talking a little bit about it earlier, but it really seems like this Estelle X have been locking in on just keeping the core forward, which is an incredible skill to have and just taxes the enemy goalie so much. But that is a potential monumentalist here going to the era.
Yeah, that is scary, but there are so many good awakenings here. My eyes were actually on the glass cannon for a bit for the Dubu to start flying a little bit more. But the peak performance is also very helpful, also takes it away from the enemy team. And this draft, with the size on X, I'm really liking the game state here for Force of Will.
Yeah. I gotta say, it is pretty nice, and of course, being that set up helps as well. You have the X who's already level 10, and not even what's guaranteed to be the last set, but what could very well be. The Arenado doesn't even get the barrier. There's solid defense from the entire side of Force of Will. Finally, the barrier does go down, but it took so much from PMFC that there's going to be an opportunity here for Force of Will to strike back. Bellringer Bull Rush is able to get the kill with X Maximus as well, helping out. And that is going to be the power play here onto the Kai. Great dodge from Real Otaku against the Maelstrom there. Bit of a drum trouble there from Muldrifter and Leary trying to figure out how to get it around the middle. But they do get it in the end, but it is enough time. Gubercat is back on the field with a bit of a vengeance here, able to just get it around Leary and Muldrifter. Bewitching Beam gets it forward. Pass Splitter comes out. Barrier Beam as well, straight through. Never mind. Muldrifter on the defense here. Leary on the support. Rosewarp getting it forward. Bullrush and the strike gets it forward into this corner, but not quite through. The barrage counters the core flip. Barrier Beam gets it through. The strike up to the top, and Muldrifter is not fast enough to get up there in time. Rushes the strike just a little bit. I think if he held on for maybe a tenth of a second longer, he could have gotten close enough, but it's so tricky to judge those situations, and PMFC looking to just take the momentum.
Yeah, it's not easy to make a comeback in these types of games, but they do have the Monumentalist that's just escorting the core forward, and every time Vex... Oh, forget about that. Real Otaku shuts down the entire offense by just deleting both forwards.
Yeah. Double kill over the X there, and Leary is on the bottom here with the piercing shot. Can he get the double barrier? Not quite, though. So they trade one barrier for 2 kills, and then use a core flip and only get 1 barrier in the trade. So at the end of it, it's honestly not that bad for PMFC, despite what happened, despite the unfortunateness of just being too close to the edge, too grouped up. They're able to basically tank it, and Dorellifish is able to get another barrier. So at the end, really, it's PMF's on the sea coming out on top.
Yeah, it really comes down to offensive autopilot from Force of Will. Leary just tried to pass directly to Real Otaku, which is the easiest possible situation for Vex to deal with, and that made it so that Vex could be the hero, survive the 1v3 situation, and open nets on both sides. But when you set up like that in the corner, it is looking a lot scarier for Force of Will as they stare down this game being tied up once again.
Yeah. Bit brutal for Force of Will. You get the double kill, you feel like you're on top of the world, and then you fumble the offense, you fumble the defense, you lose your barriers in return, and then you lose the point after all is said and done. It's definitely not a good place to be, but it's a great place to be for the petting of free cats. Real Otaku taking a lot of damage, but not going to die just yet. Piercing shot and the strike are able to correctly go against that core flip from Goobercat, who now has very little energy and could be potentially killed here. Rellifish similarly has that core flip, so might be a kill angle just to get rid of that. Just force the usage of it. Muldrifter used the somersault at the last second, used the core flip as well with Pass Splitter, is employed with Barrage as well. Great offense here. The angle off the drum as well. Leary trying to use the Rose Rope, but is not going to get it. Leary accidentally passing to Rellifish as well there. Piercing shot a little bit too early. Rellifish did not have possession of the core. Kill flip, though, from Leary. Does do some nice things. Barrier goes down, Kai goes down. Real Otaku beating up the enemy goalie, but the core flip does get it through. Core flip from the X is able to get the barriers. Now it's open goals on both sides, but very little energy, but it's not enough. X is able to get it through. Leary as well with the Rose Warp, just using every ability, and that is 1 point in this set for Force of Will. They're clawing their way back in, and of course they do have that set advantage. If they get the 2 goals, they do win the game.
Yep, we'll see how it goes here. Real Otaku to the bottom side, looking for some damage on Goobercat. It's not working though, and it's going to come down to the core control at the end to try and clutch this out, right? It's going to come down to whether Real Otaku can find the strike wars against 3 people sometimes.
Yeah, the teams are playing pretty stacked up on the defense that they can actually execute well against it. The Bull Rush forces out the evade from X. The double barrier nicely found by Aurelafish there, navigating that narrow channel in between them. Real Otaku trying to get it through. Leary as well playing to cover the clears, but Goobercat wins the strike ward, gets it forward. Giga as well. The pass to the X is completed. Goobercat not quite fast enough to get there. Nice dodge from Leary through the NATO. And Real Otaku finally able to get this barrier. Bellringer gets it through as well. And that is going to be the tie-up. And now it's a lot better for Force of Will. They're coming off 2 points. They've tied it up. They're 1 point away from winning. A lot less pressure, a lot less nerves, a lot more just mental calm hopefully coming out of them on this one. On the other side, PMFC, they've known to have nerves, as you saw earlier in the day, so we'll see if they can overcome them in this one. But otherwise, I'm fearing for them a little bit.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. Aurelafish and Goobercat looking for an opening, and there's the kill flip, there's the barrier take, and this game could be over in this point.
That it could. They're lining up the piercing shot with the Bull Rush. The goal is now open. Giga, though, gets a double. Goobercat could take it here in the negative power play, but it's not quite enough just yet. The Bellringer sends it into the corner. Goobercat going for the dribble. Leary trying to win the strike war here against the Kai. The the Bull Rush goes a little bit too far. The X-Maximus is able to secure it. Finally, they are able to push it forward, and they have just enough to get it through the goal. After the deaths, PMFC were not able to reposition correctly. They weren't able to have the time to get through, and it was taken advantage of. Force of Will able to take control of the map, able to keep the core forward here, and that was their strength throughout this game. When they got it on the other side, when they got their offense, they were able to just hold the core in front of the enemy net for so long. They did it here at the end. They executed so well on it, and I gotta give them props for that.
Yeah, it was close, but Real Otaku, very, very impressed by the gameplay, very confident. And this Force of Will roster, I think they're going to go far after something like that.
Yeah, and that puts them up at 2-1 here. Actually ties them up with PMFC, who are at 2-0. So both teams now 2-1. And should be exciting to see as they go throughout the rest of this. But we have more games coming on ahead. I will not be present for them. We're going to do a bit of a caster switch out here. But it has been fun. Sai, any last words?
Not particularly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for round 4.
See y'all.
All right. Welcome back, guys, to the last half of the OSAS 13 finale week 1. And this is Pato here with Kurikin this time. And we're about to cast some good Omega Strikers. It's going to be Pillow Pilled against Force of Will. So I'm going to say Pillow Pilled. They hadn't had a good run, quite frankly. They're 0-3. Their backs are against the wall. If they want to make it to the Final Four, they have to show up here. But this is a really strong team, Force of Will, that they have to show up against. So it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a hard hill to climb, but hopefully they can do it. So how are you looking at how you give them odds here, Kiri?
Yeah, the odds are possibly very overwhelming, especially whatever we just saw last match with Mode Drifter locking it down with Larry and Liars and Real Otaku. They are switching it up. They're replacing Real Otaku with Vic Blade, a core member of Chikara Clinkers back in the day when I used to be on OSAS. So quite frankly, very good to see how they play. Looks like they're playing on the Demon Days with banning Rune and the Dubu, probably scared of Moldrifter's Dubu from last game. So I see a lot of damage though, especially with Moldrifter pick up the Finny most likely.
Yeah, I mean, with the Monumentalist start, this Finny is going to be a bit of a problem. And I think Bulldrifter, he was a brawler, right? And he switched to goalie. I think he plays a lot of hold it down goalies. But yeah, this Finny is going to be really, really strong if he knows how to play it good. I mean, on the other hand, though, we do see an Era, which Era Monumentalist is going to be scary. Maybe not as scary on Demon Dice with all this with the sound barriers, but still, Monu Era is nothing to sneeze at, especially in the OSAS level. And we're going to have the tried and true Asher, I think, for their forward. Actually, is this an Asher goalie or is this Era goalie? This is Asher goalie, right?
Think so.
Okay. So maybe it's gonna So we're gonna see a little more hold it down side from Pillow Pilled. But I think it's a little harder for them to output damage here with Eras and Taro compared to we see like a Finny Juno. And that's going to be a nice finish up with the Rasmus hook. Big Blade's going to be getting those kills, I think, if the damage is played right.
Yeah, damage is going to be very strong. I mean, Demon Days are very, very hard to play map. I mean, especially if we aren't talking a lot about the Finny pick, though. I mean, Monumentalist Finny straight up demonized if you're going to really think about this map, especially with the way that if you just put the core inside of that ult, it's going to circle around forever and you don't even know when it's going to pop. And Modrifter, I've seen him play a lot of it when he holds those customs that he's recently been throwing up at random times. So whenever he does play that Finny, it's very, very scary to just see him do a lot of damage and then straight up just bully you in the goal box whenever he does push up. So hope to see a lot of that today, especially with the fact that you're playing into a Juno Rasmus, which is very, very hard to kind of to try to like instrumentalize against, because the way that they're probably going to play, it's going to be like, oh, it's going to be a lot of core control, and then you have Finny doing probably the most damage, even if you're running Monu, which is it is technically a damage awakening because your ult just does a lot more damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially even though there's Unstoppable there on the other starting awakening, right? Just Rasmus, Whiplash, Juno Slimes, they just do a lot of passive tick damage, and it's just going to be hard to have that Unstoppable up for when it's actually prudent to your survival. So yeah, I do think this is a little bit of a rough situation here if you're the Era Zen Asher against the Rasmus Juno Finny. But I mean, we'll see. We'll really have to see how it goes. I think anything can happen in OSAS. I've been saying that for every OSAS I've casted, and and anything does happen in OSAS. So we'll really have to see if Pillow Pill can make it back from their 0-3 situation, or if Force of Will can seal the deal here and all but confirm their participation in week 2. Because so far they've had a good run. Their only loss was against one of the top seeds, I feel, which was I think it was Pet My Free Cat. So
no, they just played Pet My Free Cat and they won.
Oh, then they won. Who did they lose against? Was it God Strongest Soldiers? No. Let me check the brackets. They've lost. They lost against Seraphim Crimson, which is another top contender. So
Crimson. Oh my god, I remember the day when I used to be on that team. Holy smokes.
For sure.
Back in that day.
Yeah, I mean, 13 seasons of OSAS, right? And we still see some familiar names. And you know what? We still see some new names. And that's really cool to see these teams make it to finale. So, but
Indeed
yeah,
so.
we're gonna be in the loading screen soon, and we're gonna see what everybody picked. And Curie, you're gonna let me know if they drafted correctly, if they drafted their starting awakenings correctly or not, and that's gonna be
Whoa.
exciting.
Asking for me is a bit of a stretch, man. I haven't played OS in a while, man. I even brought back Sock Happy Shy for those who know. I used to use this as my reactive, and now boom, exploding. Yeah, Juno. I'm actually surprised to see the Juno, but I think according to production, Juno was on auto pick, so we're gonna see Juno this game. Amazing, actually. I haven't seen
Anything can
Juno
happen in
gameplay in
no
so long. Anything
But
can
look,
happen in no SAS.
I think Larry Leary is a great player in general. Juno really rewards fundamentals, and so like I think she's gonna be just fine. She might play it a little bit more like Estelle than Juno, but it's gonna be fine. So, but yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So tell me about these starting awakenings. How does everything look?
Yeah, Starry Awakenings. They seem pretty normal, actually. I mean,
Okay.
Juno Monumentalist, they're to stack up the damage a little bit, and it does seem to be working, though. Slendermon having to burn their first evade and are already pretty low on the graph as they take a second barrier and not really care about the damage as they take Bull Drifter's orb. And now, even though we just saw a great game on the Taiko Temple just a while ago, doesn't seem the case to be on the Demon Days.
Yeah, I mean, huge, and we do see Pillow Pilled holding onto both barriers as Larry does have a nice push there, and Big Blade is going to force Mingo to use their beam, but still holding strong. And with this Aeronator, they're going to be able to push it out. Oh no, they lose the second barrier because he missed the corner, and this looks looking scary for both teams now. But Big Blade is the one running in with Whiplash, and there's a dash. Larry mistimes it, but Slimes win games. Slimes win games. Juno just does the thing for her. There we go, 1-0.
Juno Slimes are the bane of existence for a lot of characters, and in general, having to play one side or the other is a big ask, at least specifically, especially with all those Slimes up in there. But they're playing the top side, and nothing gets found for the side. So one barrier does fall. The Monumentalist now in action as they lose their second barrier. But Pillow Pill, they have 2 flips online, but the core isn't really going their way just yet, having to burn a flip for that.
Yeah, Vic Blade having to use the flip as well, held expertly by Mingo, but unfortunately, they do have the open barrier on their side, and this is just looking really, really rough for Pillow Pilled. They're making a lot of small mistakes, and it's really costing them a lot of these rounds, but they do, again, have 2 flips still online. Slendermon this time using it, a nice angle through Moldrifter, who misses his flip, and Tacoma still has a flip, but they really do want to get this barrier open. Nice respect onto the big finish, but using it, not waiting out properly means Tacoma might just die here. Respects Leary too much perhaps, but does dodge the slime, so that's good. But oh, Mingo just lets the core through, and Leary is there just jumping in. And now 2-0 lead for Force of Will.
A good awareness by Larry to play the outclear, and what do you know, the core just comes right at you and you're ready to score right there. And Force of War, being a Force of War, in fact, having one flip open, Larry just getting her flip, has to burn it though with the Asher ult. And all of a sudden, the Awakening, well, not the Awakening game, but the Energy game looks really fine, except for Tacoma, who's about to die, gets knocked off the map, now in a power play 3v2 for the Force of War gang, as they're looking to keep their win streak alive by taking this barrier here, the big finish online, but the core slips out just in the nick of time before it pops, and Tacoma's back online.
Yeah, great hold from the power play, escaping with both barriers intact actually, and a nice Monumentalist ult from Tacoma. Unfortunately, Cindermon slightly too far down, and now it's going to be clearing out with Leary and Moldrifter. Asher pass clear comes down as well, but oh, great hold coming out from Slendermon again. Mingo does miss his dash, and now the big finish coming out. This time, Mingo does respect it. Oh, the big finish is so big, though. Tacoma playing for his life, which is great. Has to run away. Has to make sure the Rasmus burns some kind of thing, but unfortunately, Mingo and Slendermon unable to hold it down while Tacoma getting pummeled on the other side of the field. Nice hook from Big Blade. Unfortunately, Tacoma's going to dodge it, and now Big Blade does have a core flip, and he might use it coming into the middle. Unfortunately, mistimes the strike, but once again, just so many blobos on top of everyone. And a great 3-0 from Force of Will, looking really strong here in the first set.
The auto pick Juno doing all the work, scoring all 3 points in this first set. Now time is created on the board, or even aerials in fact. And to be fair, either one of those picks is fine, especially with how Larry has been playing this Juno, being able to just throw the slimes down and let the AI do the work for her, or even controller herself. She has some really nice plays with that in general, but she's going to take the arrows, leaving the Timeless Creator off to Drifter, who will not get it actually. Era taking it away. And now, what do you pick here as the Finny? Looking at specialized trading there, and there we go, the pick is in.
Yeah, I will say that aerials might throw players off, especially if you haven't played Juno a lot. The slime cadence is a little different. Your ult is going to come down slower because it is tied to projectile range. So this messes up a lot of Juno, but I do think Larry has been kind of struggling with that short dash range. So this is going to unlock them. And yeah, they once again though, Pillowpilled is the one that holds the barrier, but they're unable to get it into the open net here. They lose control of the midfield as soon as they get the barriers, and they just like kind of get stuck in the corners, and Leary and Big Blade is able to force it in. So they need to find that connection between the open net and the goal, or else they're just going to be struggling, you know, for whole 3 rounds against Force of Will, and that's just going to be the end of it. And great defense here. Big Blade does use the core flip. He was calling for it, and Big Blade's like, all right, I got you. And great patience, knocks it in through the pass splitter as well.
And the team synergy right there from Lyria and Big Blade scoring that point, and even with all three members of Pillowpilled in the goal box, it didn't seem enough to stop Big Blade's monstrosity movement. And that core just ended up sliding right through the platform, which is really common apparently, I guess, as the big finish comes through, slides out, and EK City Mingo does have a flip online, but it kills Larry and Lyres as they have a power play now. But the core has to go onto the other side now. Drifter and Big Blade keeping it open as EK City Mingo has to burn a flip on this corner as Slendermon and Tacoma have to try to get a barrier here. They do find one for their troubles as Larry comes back to respawn, and the core is still on the other side though, and now they're down a barrier.
Yeah, mindful angle from Tacoma, taking the barrier, making sure the core doesn't go too far, but regardless of his efforts, the barriers are open for Mingo. And Leary looking really low, and a great beam from Tacoma. That point was all him. That arrow has been amazing, that point, and Philippil showing some signs of life here, and they just need to keep up this momentum because they have great moments.
Yeah, and that scoring moment with Slendermon and Tacoma getting to position to take that second barrier was really crucial, and allowed them to get the point. And now they have to deal with the big finisher, the core going across the world as Slendermon and Tacoma try to get this offense going. But Drifter has complete control almost, even though it's on their side of the field. The core is just elusively evading them, and the dash by Larry and Lyris isn't really helping their case for the most part. Having to get so much core control off of that dash just means so much for the Force of War, as the core is already on the other side now. Fastplayer having to come out as Larry and Lyris are trying to take control of it. The big finish, getting that second one, and the core just goes right in off of that. Great heads up play by Drifter.
Yeah, I mean, that big finish is nasty, and yeah, it's really hard to, I think, get it out for Mingo because it drapes on top of his goal. Asher, if they don't have all the tools available, it's going to be really hard to get the core out, and unfortunately, first barrier does drop already. Tacoma and Slendermon pushing in with the Maelstrom is going to go horizontally, I think, and Slendermon has to get good control, using the flip even at least, but doesn't use a flip. Core does go back to Mingo. Big Blade hooks Mingo back. He's going to get the first barrier now. Oh, doesn't Slendermon. Great strike war there against Mingo, who is like a size ahead of him as well. Even using the preemptive Oni's Blade, unfortunately, Mingo was slightly too small to get it in time. The second barrier goes down. Great push with the Maelstrom, but again, the sound waves don't give Era the value that she necessarily wants. Big Blade looking really low and dangerous though, but Slendermon is opting for core control over getting the kill, and we'll see if that pays off. And Tacoma, great beam control here, and Leary thrown off a little bit by that aerials. Once again, it's a double-edged sword for the Junos. Great big finish coming out from Drifter, and that lets Big Blade get an attack, but Mingo gets the clear into Leary's waiting arms, and Juno makes it happen still. Even after taking aerials, a great set from Force of Will once again, keeping up the momentum.
Force of Will, Vic Blade having the take, and he gets Mighty Colossus right off the bat as well. A great awakening, especially for Erasmus at least. And this draft, it looks very, very promising for Force of Will, but you said earlier that they had that Pillowpilled had flash rates and had great moments, flashes at least. So what do you think has to happen in this set in order for them to keep showing signs of life? Because they definitely have.
I think they had to draft extra special away from Finny. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. I think if Tacoma took extra special, They have Aeronado every like 10 seconds every round. That would have been so good, especially because they get such mileage, even despite like the sound waves. That's how they get the first 2 barriers, I feel. But the fact that Finny just gets to have a big finish so often is gonna be really scary. Slendermon does have EE, and that's good. That's their saving grace right now. Zentaro getting dash unlocked is really good. And Leary obviously isn't comfortable with Juno because she's drafting a lot of creation awakenings here, and that's okay because again, like the slimes have been doing a lot of great work. So like, you know, it's okay. Big Blade and Boulder have been controlling, and she can just slime it like that. And it's just, yeah, this was I think a really bad draft from Pillowpilled, and they're going to have to show and prove why Mingo took, you know, a random spark, why Tacoma went, you know, not extra special, and it's really up to them to show like, yeah, we had a reason for it, and this is what's going to be it. But so far, it's not it.
Perfect play by the entire team as Tacoma falls, and then Mingo trying to get aggressive. Let's Fake Blade slide it right through to the top corner. And now Force of War about to destroy their Pillow dreams at least, and take this game away from them, knocking them to 0-4 and officially out. Now Last Grace coming in clutch as EKC Mingo has to try to keep this away from the arms of Big Blade and Lyria and Lyris, and so far the core doesn't seem to be coming their way as it drifts around the backside of Mo Drifter's net as Thunderbond has a flip up and ready, tries to kill Lyria and Lyris, but Lyria still stands.
Yeah, a little bit desperate move there. Miscalculates the HP left, and the core just slips through with the big finish. But Mingo, great patience. That was a great one, and Tacoma's gonna survive a little longer because we see Big Blade getting torn down by Slendermon. But still, it's a low Tacoma just trying to make a 3v1 happen. It's not gonna happen. Stop trying to make it happen, right? And Slendermon is keeping up control in the lower area, and now Tacoma is all healed back up. And Pillowpilled have been pretty good about the barriers, but Big Blade has the core flip. He's gonna use it past. Oh my goodness! And it's a 3v1 in the goal, but oh, the big finish is just gonna stay there forever. And yeah, really strong victory from Force of Will, especially after that last draft. It was looking a bit doomed for Pillowpill there.
Yeah, and what a great victory, especially that shows that they're ready to move on to the 5th round, especially if they're going to be facing other teams that they haven't played yet. And the Juno and then the Juno auto pick, guess what? It definitely worked out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, look, Juno's good on Demon Days or Days. I forgot which one it is, but yeah, Juno's a great Days. My bad. Juno's good on Demon Days, and Slimes win games. That's all I'm gonna say. Slimes win games. The lower the level, the stronger Juno is, and we just saw the prime example. It's just so hard to deal with, especially when you're backed up by a Finny that's just gonna pop down a big finish at great times. And you know, there wasn't a lot of kills. You know, it's actually low key a lot of, you know, just damage them and not confirm. But that was okay because they could just keep doing that because the other team doesn't have quite the amount of damage in their comp to compete with them, right? So it was just a lot of weight onto Zentaro to, you know, do damage, do confirms, and you know, if they weren't going to do it, they weren't going to be able to compete with the damage. And so, you know, it was a little bit of higher skill to execute for Pillowpilled. Unfortunately, they weren't able to execute it quite the way they wanted it to, and you know, thus they're going to go 0-4. But I do think this is Swiss, so I do think they have more games. So hopefully we see more of Pillowpilled, and especially I think it's an impressive performance for a newer Osas team to come up all the way to the finale, even if it's week 1. So I mean, kudos to them and congratulations. I think if you win 4, does it confirm, or 3 does it confirm it? The new rules are kind of confusing, but yeah. So what's that?
I think could be 3
but
to confirm, but it's all
okay.
good.
We'll be right back though.
Congrats to Force of Will for making through another game at least, and thank you for Pillowpill for playing in this Osas, as we will get into an outro, and especially we will be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another round of Osas. And welcome back to another round of our beloved game of Omega Strikers. At least we're in round 5 of Osas 13 finale, and we have 2 top teams ready to compete to see who is the first seed. It's God Stronger Soldiers versus Seraphim Crimson. The old, I guess the old and the new come to clash together. I guess you can say ?
I mean, yeah, God's Strongest Soldiers are like semi new now. They're kind of a little bit worn. You know, they've been here for like 3 seasons now, I think. So not that new anymore.
Yeah, but you have Crimson, bro. They've been here for 13 whole seasons.
Yeah, compared to Crimson, all right, everyone's a baby, which is true. Crimson's been around the block. They're no strangers to anything Osas, and I mean, I'm excited because I feel like this is a really clean record. They have like a 3-0 record coming in to the second half of week 1 finale. I think this is a really nice chance that Crimson has to be in a strong position on week 2.
Yeah, straight up beautiful, and think they're on Taiko this time. Very, very interesting plans for this game. I mean, in general, nowhere's no. I've been saying that recently. I think nowhere's no, at least the amount of troubles that Seraphim Griffin have on Taiko Temple. Especially, I think it was season 9 when I was playing in it. We had a game against Clinkers and we brought the set 5.5 and we did win it, but then also I think week 1 where Malachi had to play goalie because Yugo was unavailable and I had to sub in for Brawler, where I think Malachi took the wrong gear and we lost a set 5.4 because Malachi took the wrong gear.
I see. It would have deviated from script if Seraphim Crimson had a good road. You know
Whoa.
what I mean? You know, it's just some things are just fated, and Crimson having a rough time in the finale is just how it is. But you know, they are 4-0. They are 4-0, and they're looking strong. And it's on Taiko Temple, but even the starting awakenings are relatively inoffensive. You have a Spark and Stinger start. And I don't think they're necessarily picking like huge amounts of damage here, our God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, holy smoke. God's Strongest Soldiers going via Stell, Atlas, and X on the board. Atlas playing by Katusha Kurtz, which is actually a surprise. I mean, the last time I've asked, okay, well, it's not really been a while because I literally scrimmed like a few hours ago, but Caddy on the Asher, we all used to know her as just the Asher one trick in general, but since then she's branched out to the other picks, so I'm very excited to see this, and especially with new developments going on. I haven't been keeping track of Osas since I think season 11, where I think Seraphim Crimson placed 3rd, right? So in general, the Osas community is very, very strong right now, and a lot of picks have been coming out, especially the Ivy onto Fonk, I'm pretty sure, as well as Umbi on the Estelle, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, very, very, it deviates from the norm, if I can say that.
Yeah, to Fonk not on Drakkar feels really alien to me. I mean, I know Yugo was gonna, I knew Yugo was gonna pick Vinny when, the Luna went out. Malachi not on Mako also kind of new to me, but I think Malachi is kind of like, he has like those trading weight Mako on, and he's like, sorry, I gotta stop having fun, guys. I gotta lock in, and he takes the Mako off, puts the Asher on, puts the X on or something. They get better.
Well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure when we were playing in Osas 9, there was a bunch of stuff going on, and I think that in general, I think our strats were leaked, if I'm not mistaken. I won't say who did it, but I am very confident that our strats did. Okay, well, to be fair, strats don't exist in OSS, bro. Anything can happen. But I think the entire thing was they were going to ban off, like, if they ever got first pick, they're going to straight up ban X, and then they were going to take Mako as goalie because you know that Malachi really can't play anything else other than Mako or
Yes, that
X.
Atlas
So
support.
yeah. Okay, of course the Atlas, but like Atlas, I'm pretty sure Atlas was new when it first came onto
Yeah,
our radar at least. So
I
the
see.
Asher pick is not too forward at least. I remember him playing a bit of Asher back when I used to watch Lego Mage 15. My goat, by the way. That was during the Seraphim scrims at least, and I think that he played a little bit on cycle. He played a lot of Asher on cycle temple instead of the usual Mako or X. So
Uh-huh.
it's good to see at least. But it's a banger of a game, which if you know everyone's playing at least, it's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I actually thought it was funny that God's Strongest Soldiers last two picks were Malachi's character pool. So I was kind of wondering if they thought like Malachi wasn't like didn't pick yet, but I definitely want to ask them that after, if depending on how the game goes. But I really do think that Malachi is gonna be on this Asher, and Asher Aimee on Tycho is gonna be nasty once the core goes into the corner. So hopefully, this Atlas can save their expanse for situations like that. Otherwise, it's gonna be a little scary.
Yeah, I think that in general they didn't take Malachi's picks. It's just that they were on the board, and both Kama, Crystal, and Caddy both play these characters, so it's kind of just a
Mhm.
win-win in general. And to be fair, they're banning they banned the Luna actually, which is kind of surprising to me
Mhm.
because I think that fit. I mean, it's Dead Ice. Okay, it's not Dead Ice Star. I'm a liar,
The
but
Stinger start.
it's Stinger Star. Yeah, Stinger is
Yeah.
just it's just still a really really strong awakening. So I think letting a little bit more damage into that category is a bit weird, but hey, whatever floats your boat, man. I mean, you're playing Atlas, so you don't really have to worry about the damage per se.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I think they just probably internally thought in their heads like, okay, like we'll ban Yugo's, Luna, and I think that's fair. I think Yugo looks super comfortable on Luna. He's known for his Luna. Like if you followed Seraphim Crimson for 13 seasons, Yugo is good on Luna. So you ban it, you take the Finny, it's all right. But yeah, it's gonna. I think Crimson has come into this. Their fists are raised. They're not just the Jakar Luna Mako combo anymore. They pulled out all the stops, and these could be their season. 13th time's the charm for Seraphim Crimson, and God's Strongest Soldiers, this time it's their third, I think. So third time's the charm for them with this roster.
Yeah, with this roster.
This
Remember that
roster.
when I coached them back in the very, very olden days at this point, it was, I think, that they were playing with Ghost and then Ghost retired, so they switched in with Umbi. So, oh my god, wait a minute. Not paying attention to the match though, but Malachi gets sent off the map with the primary, so a bit scary so far after a rocky start as Kama Crystal and Umbi set up for the corner, but instead on the other side, a Barry gets taken with a nice glitch pop as Malachi's back on the gridiron.
Yeah, huge glitch pop from Tefunk. Does use that level 2 spike on something unfruitful. Unfortunately, the core wasn't getting there, but Malachi does buy time for Malachi to attack this lower half. Astral projection from Katusha is going to clear it out. Tefunk chasing after it with the cyber swipe. Nice expanse coming out, but Malachi is going to dash in with the pass splitter. That leaves Katusha with no tools, and now Malachi with core flip is just going to use it. Confirmed. Great start from Seraphim Crimson.
It definitely was a little bit spooky there, but good thing they got that point right in time. And even if you look at the awakenings on the board, oh my goodness, damage, and more damage onto your local game of Omega Strikers right here, brought to you by Bestie and Slot as both barriers actually getting taken down. Tefunk looking a little bit low though, a little bit worse for wear as he's getting damage put onto him as he dies, as Zombie uses the core flip for the kill, and now power play on board, but it doesn't look like they're getting anything done. The barrier is still steady as Malachi is able to get the core away. The Finny being able to keep it away from Kama Crystal, except for the corner offenses. They don't find the barriers. Tefunk still back online.
Yeah, defensive firewall turret, but it kind of worked out. They did buy great time for Tefunk to come back, but it does look like God's Strongest Soldiers having more offense when it's a 3v3 compared to when it's a 3v2, and Tefunk's looking mighty low here. Might have to use some of their resources, or Umbi might snipe it. A great dash from Malachi, almost gets the core flip from Katie, but great redirect from Katie does make sure that God's Strongest Soldiers is going to survive as both barriers go down for both teams now. Flip used from Tefunk, great read from Katie, blocking that angle with the astral projection. Now Kama and Umbi just dribbling and using, but Yugo great positioning, making sure it doesn't line up, but Tefunk also great cyber swipe, making sure Kama is stunned, and now Umbi just using the Crystal Thorns, making sure it dribbles over to Comet Crystal, tries to redirect with the X ult, doesn't make it, and now Master Malachi just holding the lanes down, even preemptively using the Path Splitter. But Katie, great reads coming out from both teams, but unfortunately this time it's going to be Comet Crystal who comes out ahead. I guess fortunately if you're a God's Strongest Soldiers fan, so that's my bad, but great plays.
Yeah, and look at the energy department. Umbi having a flip online, but they kind of pale us in comparison to what Tafong have. One flip being used, getting the first barrier as Comet Crystal is trying to set up another offense, a quarter offense at least, as Tafong is really far up the field, and Malachi is playing mid for a second, not really foreign to him as he's played a lot of the Atlas when I was playing, but it doesn't really work out for them as Comet Crystal finds the stun onto Yugo and secures another point for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, at that point was everything that could have gone wrong for God's Strongest Soldiers, everything that they don't want to happen. Tafong just caught out in Narnia with Master and Malachi having to play Asher midfield, and hopefully that doesn't happen again. We do see Tafong using, once again, the Firewall turret in the midfield, and they ideally wanted pushing in, but that's a threatening cyber swipe. Katusha got scared and has to use the expanse there. And now Comet Crystal just wailing on Yugo, who has a core flip, doesn't want to spend it just to avoid pressure, but might have to use it there. And there we go. Tafong looking low, but still making some action happen with the glitch pop from abroad, and almost gets Umbi out. Umbi does get the elusive in at the nick of time, though, making sure that Malachi doesn't just boot him off. And now both barriers still remaining for both teams. And just as I say that, curse Crimson as they lose one barrier. Tafong just circling above top, and that Maxwell is helping out a lot with the rotation. But unfortunately, the Firewall Sentry not quite as threatening as he hoped. The IME is giving a lot of space to Katusha, which that goalie is going to use, and Kama great control of the barrier, making sure they don't lose position. Big finish coming in, but Kama just 2v1s and secures the first set for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, and just great rebound after losing that first point, and Umbi being the MVP, really showing that maybe midfielder is everything in this, as they have to take the spark of focus here, as two sparks are on the board, and having the spark game going in your favor in the first early sets, very, very scary at least. But I mean, take it the twin drive, as Caddy Caddy can't reach it, as that probably has to take either the leadership or the heavy impact. Doesn't take the leadership, and so far this draft is looking pretty solid. I think in general, a lot of the characters are getting kind of the picks they want, maybe except for Asher, who has to take Unstop as the last pick in the draft, but in general, Seraphim Crimson, they looked good the first point when they had their positionings in touch, but after that, it just felt like Malachi was playing too much of the midfield, so Tafong can sort of get back into position for the most part, let Malachi do the heavy lifting against Caddy. Then it would be nice to see as one barrier does fall on for their team, but they have to retreat for a little bit. Caddy and Umbi having a communication moment as both barriers fall down is what I'd like to see from Crimson. If you're a Crimson Android, this is your chance, but now the core is on the other side. The X-Maximus having a good play, but they clear it out just in time as Comet Crystal's wailing down on Yugo and has to act defensively, but the core comes back into Pandemonium. But Umbi with their primary, they hit it to the bottom corner, and that's another point for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, I will say that the triangle of trust that Seraphim Crimson had, it worked out for a little bit, but Umbi and Comet Crystal just using the Bell Ringer, using the primary, just stacking their primaries on top of each other is proving to be really strong against Crimson right now.
And I know Barry trying to get the core away from the field as Master X Malachi trying to find some sort of opening kill or pressure, but Umbi just playing the defense pretty well, has to let Caddy do some of the lifting, but Malachi wins a strike where Tafong has basically flip on live to get another touch in as the core goes red, finds both barriers on the other side as well. A quick turnaround defense, the Cyberstorm trying to get the core away. Comet Crystal wastes their burst, and Tafong looking really low though. Malachi trying to do all of the work, has to make Caddy flip here. Tafong finds the bottom corner, doesn't find it though. The Astro Expanse finding just enough time, and now the core trying to at least stumbling around the entire field with Umbi having a flip on line, sent it to the bottom side, the big finish not being able to catch it, as God's Strongest Soldiers take an incredible lead at least. Yeah,
I mean, Tafong's backward cyber swipes have been really nice, I will say, but you don't want to be using backward cyber swipes, I mean. You want to be layering it on and, really coordinating with the Asher Path Splitter and get the creations down. You're playing that creation comp, you want to get in the corner, make Caddy use their expanse and just keep doing it until they run out of resources. But that hasn't been happening for Crimson after their first point ever in that game, which was perfect. They played it so well, and then they just seem to have forgot how to execute their comp, and now they're paying for it because they have both barriers open.
Yeah, but both barriers come flying right back at them as Stefan goes for the aggressive cyber strike. At least Yugo and Kama in a 1v1. The glitch pop does save the core, but the core is still on their side though. Finally gets cleared out of the way. Yugo on top of that defense. Stefan nearing flip, gets it at least with the glitch pop. They try to go for it, and Stefan does eventually find the bottom corner. And maybe this is what they need.
Yeah, there we go. Aggressive cyber swipe. I mean, into the flip. This is exactly what Stefan needs to do as the IME, and they know how to do it. Crimson know how to do it. They've been here for a long time. They're good players.
And so far, it's looking to be in their favor, at least. Kama Crystal coming up on flip as Yugo and Stefan trying to get the core out of the way. Cyber Swipe glitch pop is good, but Kama Crystal racking up all the damage. They're on Stinger, and Yugo is basically on the low right now. Potentially a very, very bad scenario for Crimson if they die here. But so far, they're staying true to their odds, not dying quite yet as they're all living. As Master X Malachi putting the team on his shoulders as he gets both barriers here. Now the offense trickling down in just a few moments of core strike. As Kama Crystal has the core back, and Surf and Crimson lose their second barrier as well. Not a really good sign for them, as they could be losing the set, but Yugo does find the clear.
Yeah, great 2v1 coming out from Malachi, finally making sure that the barriers are open, even if theirs is down as well. And a great pass player coming out. Caddy has to use the core flip, and Yugo wins the strike war against Kama Crystal. And this might be the point that Crimson needs to win, but Kama just pops the X Maximus, and there we go. Second set secured, coming out from God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, and if the draft goes their way with another Spark online, okay, I was kind of hoping for it, but Missile Prop on the board as well as Swagger, making sure that maybe they don't have a lot of damage, or at least not enough, at least that they can't survive the damage output that God's Strongest Soldiers have been bringing onto the field. Swagger being taken as
they
quick strikes and Missile Prop being thrown in. Yeah, definitely so. The quick strikes is definitely needed, at least, because X is doing a lot of work with the X Maximus.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not sure how I feel about this draft, Curie. Maybe you can correct me here, but I feel like Tefont might have benefited a little more from Primetime, and because Atlas already has the strike shot, so I don't think he necessarily needs the Missile Pro. It's really good, but I feel like from the IME perspective, you want the Primetime a little more if you want to get core control going. But I might be wrong, but it looks like a really strong draft from God's Strongest Soldiers is what I want to say.
Yeah. I kind of agree with the Primetime take a little bit. If you're not feeling comfortable about having enough control on the field, maybe you would want to go Missile Prop. But in general, Primetime is extremely good if you want to just have core control, and especially for them, as Kaidi is just wrecking them with the amount of primaries that she does have, making Yugo extremely low because the core is almost always on their side, and taking so much damage means that they're going to be dead about soon if they have the X Maximus on board. They even have flip as well if they go for the orb here, which they do. They can knock Yugo off the map, which he's looking for, but Stefan has to try to get the core on the other side, but the flip comes through and knocks Yugo across the map, and it doesn't really matter. Kama Crystal securing another point for what kind of looks like a lost game already.
Yeah, it looks like X snowballed really hard. I mean, if you saw that point, right, Kama just didn't budge from Yugo's face and just smashed Yugo's face in over and over again, and it's doing it again. You're seeing it right now unfold here as Kama doesn't really care about going back to the midfield. Umbi's got it, Caddy's got it, and he's just gonna stay on top of Yugo unless their team's in great danger. And there we go. We see the X Maximus being popped. Not gonna go back. She's just gonna pop Yugo in the face over and over again. Umbi's looking really low though. Tefont is doing a great job in the midfield, but immediately the Celestial Intervention comes down and Umbi can heal up. And Kama is just putting a lot of pressure into the corner. Malachi and Tefont is going to try and clear it out, but Umbi, that Rose Warp hasn't saved for moments like these, and the rotation is just expertly matched here by God's Strongest Soldiers, and the Bell Ringer is so scary, Curie.
Yeah, so much damage being pumped down. Malachi and Tefont almost getting knocked off as Maki's taking a lot of damage. They're seeing the Stinger doing so much work, putting on so much damage as Tefont's about to get blown off the map. He does, and now a power play on board for God's Strongest Soldiers. Everyone on Crimson's under 50% HP. There's another KO on the board.
Asher goalie from Malachi, but Malachi is also very heavily cracked. Two flips coming out. Umbi can just use it right here, right now. Oh, but to wait a little too long as Tefont came back, and another defensive firewall sentry. That's not a great angle, and unfortunate misclear coming out from Seraphim Crimson. This is match point very quickly, actually, from God's Strongest Soldiers.
Indeed. So I remember us talking about before the game started, where Surf and Crimson have kind of been just the finale gatekeepers, and now it looks like if we're gonna keep on that track, then Godstrong Soldiers have completely became the ones that they've destined to be, getting another KO onto Yugo as they look to clean this up. Ambi with the primary getting in, and Katusha Kurtz in the front. Going to go for the flip here, gets the flip off, and it's deflected by Malachi though. But still, they have such an overwhelming lead, even if Yugo comes back online, because the Funk's looking extremely low. Everyone's looking extremely low. He has the flip, Master X Malachi, but he's getting knocked around the map. He could die any second now. And Tefunk and Yugo just have to defend against Common Crystal, who's about to have flip online. The backer Cyber Swipe getting through the twin drive, trying to play in their favor. And
Okay, this is
soon it could be coming to an end. Malachi getting knocked off the map basically right now as Comrade Crystal has the flip open, but it's not even Comrade Crystal who finds it. Umbi with the Crystal Thorns, he finds it, secures Godstrong Soldiers the last point.
Yeah, I mean, great plays from God's Strongest Soldiers. I think the plays that Master and Malachi have been showing, like just dodging everything, wiggling out, and that was exactly the plays they needed to do to make the set competitive. Unfortunately, that point really didn't work out, and it just happened to be the match point. But that's just really, really unfortunate for Seraphim Crimson, because yeah, it looked like they knew what they needed to do, but they just weren't sticking to the plan they had. And yeah, it's just rough, but I mean, really convincing display, honestly, from the other side, from God's Strongest Soldiers. They're really showing why they are 4-0 and now they're 5-0, and yeah, it's looking like they will potentially very strongly be the first seed going to week 2. But yeah, that was a nice game, and we'll probably be right back.
So I just want to point out the damage comparison straight up. 24k damage from Comic Crystal, accruing 4 KOs at least. It didn't really look like the KO comp when you kind of had Estella and Exter, but they got the job done. They got so many procs, and they converted extremely well. Whenever they had the chance to, they were almost always getting it done. And that's a good sign. As an Osas team, you want to get things done as quickly as possible before things spiral out of control. And thankfully for them, they got the job done. And the number 1 seed is very important, at least. Number 1 seed gives you that grant of dominance, at least, and it makes other teams scared of you. I remember, I mean, okay, in general, like a lot of teams will become scared of you just because you're the number 1 seed. I mean, in general,
So true, bestie.
it's all good. But anyways, we'll be back from a break as always, and we'll catch you back in a little bit for round 6.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here with God's Strongest Soldiers and Force of Will, and this is a really important matches. I think because God's Strongest Soldiers are undefeated so far. Anyone who defeats God's Strongest Soldiers, if you're Pet My Free Cat or Force of Will or whatever, they're gonna get a good lead on head to head, and they're gonna be able to kind of be on top of the standings. And the top two matters because day 2 is going to be a double elimination, and you want to be on that winner's grand final side. And we're going to be on Taiko Temple with some heavy hitting awakenings. You have Extra Special and Unstoppable, and yeah, so we're gonna have a strong game here. And God's Strongest Soldiers coming out with the Atlas again. Gaddy putting a really good show with the Atlas, as well as the X for Kama and the Drakkar from Umbi versus Force of Wills, Dubu, Estelle, Rasmus comp.
Yeah, and the picks look all generic so far, kind of what I expected from all three of each side as well. Drifter, especially on the Dubu, he's playing extremely well so far, so why not keep playing with it? And I'm beyond signature Drakkar as always, so this could be a really heated match to see which goalie kind of breaks first, because the goalie is always the mold, kind of the mold the team for the most part. If your goalie can hold on extremely well in Osas, you're straight up just guaranteed to win.
Yeah, I mean, these hold it down goalies are always definitely popular in OSAS compared to, the eject button counterparts. Atlas and Dubu definitely, I think the two, if you look at the stats, I don't think we keep track of them, but if we do, I do think we'll see Atlas and Dubu at the top of the leaderboards. And I think it's worth noting that we have Extra Special and Unstoppable. It's going to be, Rasmus Estelle, I think is going to have a little bit easier time cracking than Unstoppable from whoever decides to take it. But I mean, Extra Special is going to look really disgusting. And if B gets like a 1-2, the Drakkar combos are going to look absolutely crazy as well. So yeah, we are heading into two of the really strongest teams in week 1 finale, and we'll see who comes out ahead here.
Yeah, and everyone expected, as always, on the Awakening side, Vicblade actually taking up the Unstoppable to try to get an edge on the knockback side. If he gets caught lacking by Katusha Kurtz, he could potentially be saved here, as our point can start off really, really quickly as well. One barrier being found for God's Strongest Soldiers, as Drifter is in the corner trying to hold it down, has to use a lot of these abilities and wins the strike for. And to be fair, this Dubu playing a really big part in big games as the entire offense starts to crash down Katusha's side of the barriers, and so far looking pretty even, especially as both midfielders at least, having almost complete dominance whenever they have their turn on the core. And not Pet My Free Cat, but Force of Will ending up getting their first barriers unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, Kama also unlocks the ult on level 2 now, and great strike shot and the war against the primary, but Vicblade, I think that was a weird bounce off of the Taiko. I don't think that was actually Vicblade hook, so that was just really unfortunate situation there from God's Strongest Soldiers. But I mean, they're God's Strongest Soldiers, and they're gonna be fighting some of the hardest battles set out by God, right? So
yeah, the battles are indeed looking to be found here, especially as Umbi trying to set Kama up into the corner here, as X pops the X Max and is looking for something. He has to flip online, ready to boot, but a couple of strike wars miss, means that the core will be fighting to the other side where Caddy's not looking. One barrier being down isn't all that much though, as Larry and Lash trying to keep the core into possession, has to burn the evade to get out of there safely, and Kama trying to hunt the kill down, but on the other side, it looks just as fine. He's greener on the side of the grass, as he always says. The flip comes out to pop, fighting the other barrier on Drifter's side.
yeah, it's really strong play from Kama Crystal, just bullying Leary. They're not going to get any value, unfortunately, from that offense. They actually lose the barrier on the back of it, and Caddy baited out the expanse from Vicblade, but does clear it out, and now Umbi has the core flip, and Larry, looking a little low, has been out of play for quite a few seconds already. The strike shot not there, but the actual protection is going to be enough to deter. Vicblade hooks it out, and Katusha in position to make sure that the core doesn't get there. And great snipe from Umbi, and the X Maxima is going to seal the deal, but Drifter does hold strong there, doesn't actually lose what's important, but Umbi from downtown hitting him with the core flip. Great play.
Yeah, and Caddy still having the core flip for the next point as well, system good for the next point. And Kama Crystal with 2 out of the 3 lines needed for the core flip means it's a little bit scary for Forza, well, especially if they want to get the win here, as one barrier does fall on the Dubu Fortress. Not really getting to clear it out, but it is cleared out as all 3 members of Force of Will are on the other side trying to get the core out as Caddy looking to just completely dominate, wins a lot of the battles, and completely exhausts Lyrie of every ability and still wins out somehow against Vicblade's own abilities too, as the KO is found and now 2v3, but Vicblade has flip, has control and everything around. It's looking to try to cycle the core back. Modric they caught out of position as now Karma Crystal in the driver's seat as Modric has to try to keep it away. Vicblade with the flip has to come out on the defense. Lyrie comes back online.
Yeah, surprisingly low amount of damage done from God Strongest Soldiers considering the power play here coming out, but they do get the barrier, which is really important. Caddy can hold this all day, especially with the Atlas core flip. Vicblade is caught lacking with the nice snipe from Umbi, and Kama links it through. Great play from the X, and God Strongest Soldiers lead 2-1.
Yeah, they play off of each other extremely well, Kama and Umbi, so they're basically a perfect match for each other, and with the way things are going right now, I can see Kama Crystal just completely getting all the bears and Umbi just falling up in indomitable fashion. Oh my god, the ricochet onto Lyrie means that she's going to be knocked out of the arena so quickly as well. For a second she was there, and then for a second she's not anymore as Vicblade has to use this core flip to stall the core out, but everything is looking great on the side of God Strongest Soldiers, and they basically have every flip built up, another barrier falls, and Caddy having the weird bounce Taiko Drum basically affect her a little bit, but Umbi and Karma Crystal building up that pressure, basically almost a 3 flips online, has to burn one of them, only one for the defense, and Karma Crystal basically has to just X ultimate up onto the field, and boom, another set won for the God Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, that was a huge set win, actually. X is going to scale really hard, potentially, but we'll have to see what's in the draft. We see Aerials, I guess. Asher's going to like it. Estelle's going to like it, but yeah, Twin Drive, I think, is going to be a nice pickup here. We also see Big Fish, Bulk Up, and Quick Strike. And Quick Strike on X is going to be nasty, and Bull Drifter really has to think seriously about picking it up. He opts to deny the size. X actually forgoes Quick Strike for Bulk Up, which is okay. And I guess it leaves Quick Strike 4 to Atlas potentially. Yes, and okay, and now we have Vicblade sparking up, which isn't necessarily bad because this is a nice spark. It's like, you know, it's coming out one at a time, so potentially we could see the 4-spark Vicblade, which would be absolutely disgusting. But yeah, overall, so God Strongest Soldiers, I think, have a really nice spike here. Bull Drifter really is going to have to make that size work for him, unfortunately. He doesn't have Pauldron, so he's not going to scale with it, but that size is going to help him out in the short term, for sure, against Kama's Crystal's X Maximus.
Yeah, and as both barriers do fall on the other side, doesn't really seem too much of a big problem as they work up the offense, the corner offense yet again. And Vicblade having a little trouble with the core, and just look at the positioning between, like, as just the difference between God Strongest Soldiers and Force of Will. You see that Lyrie is completely controlling the top lane, but that's not where the core is going. It's almost always at the bottom lane. Lyrie had to fix her positioning, and Modric they're getting to clear out to the other side. But on the other hand, Umbi and Karma Crystal are almost completely in sync, playing with each other extremely well, and in turn it lets Umbi have a lot of follow-ups and let Karma Crystal do all the hard work as they have to just win simple strike wars to get that goal and earn another point for their team.
I think the rotation coming out from God Strongest Soldiers into that pocket where the corner pocket where the barrier is over and over again is looking really, really great for them. And another unfortunate timing from the Tofu Fortress is looking really scary here as Kama gets the second barrier, and things are looking really good here for God Strongest Soldiers as they look to make the second set kind of quick. Vicblade does save it with the hook though, and trying to turn the offense around.
Yeah, indeed so, as they have 2 flips online, though. Umbi gets the core to Karma Crystal, bounces a little bit awkwardly as the core comes flying back to them. The Wax Maximus, the X actually almost gave the core back in, but instead, it's just a simple strike that sends her right through. Modric getting a little bit mixed up, and that lets Caddy keep her flip online, which has been proven. I mean, she hasn't been really using it, but it's just been proven to be a little bit of a downside when Vicblade and Lyrie are trying to attack this point, even though they haven't really gotten the chance to pop Caddy's flip, at least only when it seemed necessary. They haven't been really able to stuff it, and that's allowed her to keep having this pressure that they have to flip open. They have to keep thinking about having to pop it, as Karma Crystal also has a flip online, and as a tough Mo Drifter, but it doesn't even matter. The 2 flips being popped simultaneously as Kama finds the opening and gets another set for God Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, the Tofu Fortresses really have not been looking good for Bull Drifter, unfortunately, and popping the defensive flip a little bit too late meant that it was all Kama Crystal there, and X is going to be rewarded with his pick up the litter, and in Kama Crystal's case, it's going to be a little bit more size to combat the Dubu, But we do see Vicblade coming up with a second spark. It might be too little too late as well. And Vicblade is also going to reach a max of 3 sparks here. Yeah, so we have a hot shot Estelle as well. But I think ultimately, the really speaking up here is the Demolitionist X is going to be a little bit more bigger, and also the heavy impactor car. So with the twin drive, he can get like a on the shotgun strike, and it might look a little scary here in terms of damage. But I will say, regardless, God's Strongest Soldiers have not been getting too many kills, considering the situation. I mean, Leary's about to go off the field if they decide to do so. But Leary, even with no evade, I mean, they're trying to trade, I think, with Muldrifter coming up, and Leary kind of forcefully sent backwards. But it's going to be a long time without this Estelle in play. Oh, great snipe there from downtown, though. And that's exactly the type of play that Force of Will needed. So great swap at the end of the day, and great snipe from Leary and Lear, who we were counting out for the most part.
Yeah, and that's probably what they need to get their offense going. It looked a little lackluster before with how they were playing it, but if the switch is what they need to get the momentum back, especially with the nice kill from the Estelle primary, meaning that momentum of losing so many points probably is reset now as they're looking to try to capitalize again. They have one barrier down so far. They're keeping Comet Crystal away from the core, which is a good sign for things to come, as well as Vicblade building up on their flip. Looks really nice, but the core ending up sliding past Muldrifter's log there meant that the barrier will be taken on the other side.
Yeah, great hook from Vicblade, trying to get Katusha down, but unfortunately it doesn't lead to a barrier. But it's still, both teams have a vision of what they want to do, and they're executing it, which is like amazing, especially in Osas. Leary looking really low, has to burn a flip, but this means that she is going to be fodder for Comet Crystal, as now God's Strongest Soldiers hit a power play, and I believe there should be a bell ringer upcoming soon for Comet Crystal. Unfortunately, doesn't get a chance to use it quite yet. Does use a bull rush, and there we go with the bell ringer follow-up. But the barrier holds strong here, and Vicblade, great stall from the Rasmus as well, and Katusha getting a little bit antsy here, preemptively using the strike shot, but it's not going to work out if the opponent is patient like Leary and Vicblade have been. And there we go, get the barrier equalizing count.
Yeah, the count is very, very important here, especially with Comet Crystal looking for a chance to use their flip as the core almost goes in. The Taiko Tempo balance almost locking it in as Comet Crystal has to use the flip, and now both flips being used on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers means that a certain events could happen. They could have struck it right in, but instead the core goes right back to Larry. Larry's been a bit of miscommunication there, and now they're back at square one. Now they have nothing. They're trying to get the point. They're too evenly spaced out, but the hook finds its mark and gets Vicblade a chance to score, and they will do it.
Yeah, sometimes brawlers get mind controlled, you know, and they think passing is better, but no, sometimes you gotta see the angle. But Vicblade does make up for it. That was a really great strike war against the Astral Projection with the hook, and the timing worked out perfectly for the Rasmus here. And so we're gonna see Force of Will be in a dominant position in set 3.
Yeah, and the point there being that Muldrifter is looking a little bit too spicy now, as Comet Crystal is raiding hell on all of them, but they get out alive. One flip being burned, also deflected. Larry's doing everything they can to keep this point alive as they come up with flip now and have to look forward to getting Vicblade the core as they pop one flip trying to get the double, but it's deflected by the secondary. And now back on the other side, Comet Crystal looking to keep the offense going as every ability is being used by the Dubu. And now, even though they're in the corner, Caddy's just been putting on a complete show and getting the core out of the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really crazy. I mean, Caddy's been holding both barriers, and that's absolutely wild. I mean, Leary's about to go out now. Oh, but a great push against it. But Kama has a flip left and can't use it to secure the kill. Is opting to just save it and displace Estelle, and as they get to both barriers, and he's going to use the flip now. But Muldrifter, Leary, and Vicblade hold, and that's a really good play coming out. They really want to get this set. Oh, and there we go. Leary finally going off the field, but she's held on valiantly. I mean, Estelle has done a lot here. Great somersault from Muldrifter, stopping the core, and Vicblade stalling, but Katie's coming up with, oh my goodness, Kama. This is the power of extra special acts. It is so much, you get so much ult value here.
Yeah, the ult value, finding another kill onto Muldrifter, and I think resetting the energy, which means that they don't have a burst built up just yet, and Leary coming back online and having to, well, not being able to come back alive on time meant that goal was going to go right in either way as soon as Caddy pushed up. And now on the other side, looking to keep the point alive, contrary to last point, a flip coming out as the Fortress secures the goal. Well, not the goal, but the point, at least. The point barrier being thrown into there as Vicblade tries to find another opening, but Caddy just holding on so strongly.
Yeah, I want to compliment both teams for their micro positioning. Oh, but the goal goes in. Hey, we're gonna talk about that instead. I mean, that was a great play from Big Blade with the hook, just mind gaming Katusha there, and they're showing why to Force of Will, showing why to God Stronger Soldiers that they're also deserving of week 2 here. So we're gonna go into draft here. We see prime time. I think Estelle is going to snatch that up surely, but I think a big thing is that Atlas has to deny Spark of Agility from Big Blade, and he does, and that's great. But that means Atlas didn't get Monumentalist, he couldn't deny Prime Time or get Prime Time, and we're gonna see peak performance Dubu surely. There we go, and X is left a little lacking in this draft though. He has Super Surge, which is okay, and I think if I haven't seen Kama Crystal take Super Surge on X, I guess if anyone can use it, it's her, but I'm not quite sold on the idea of Super Surge X so far, but it's definitely better than Knife's Edge, I think. So we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, I think the timing of it's a little bit comical as they almost get a kill there. The X Maximus doing a lot of work there, putting the core up by themselves as they get into position to form another corner offense there. The core is getting bounced around the DB Fortress, but it ends up finding its mark away and free from the class with the quarter there as Vicblade and Larry try to set up another point there. Good aggression as they look to take a double or maybe even just a regular singles. Vicblade misses the strike but ends up getting a barrier anyways as they're knocked around. Now every ult coming online, the dash at least trying to find some value, but doesn't connect onto Larry and now the offense tangling apart, but it's just coming out of the gutter every single time they try to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the offense in general, though, the setup has been looking really good for God Strong Soldiers. I mean, Vicblade is just putting on a one-man show on that corner there. He owns that corner. That's his corner right there. And Kama Crystal coming in from downtown, especially with that Super Surge X. And I mean, you got to be mindful of that if you're on, the red team right now. But the angle, it went through the expanse, but that made it not a goal. I mean, you do it, but oh my gosh, what an angle coming out, and Leary coming in with the Rose Warp, unfortunately, a little too late.
The Rose Warp might have sealed the deal a little bit. Probably was going to bounce out of the goal and make its way back to the other side of the field, but it's fine though. They get a reset here, and they took the bottom barrier, which one that they weren't expecting. Oh my god, the Super Surge value coming in clutch for Kama Crystal as they find one kill into an unsuspecting Lyrie, and Lyrie's wiping out the energy there, and the Katusha pushing up as well. King find a double as well as they're putting on a masterclass of an offense here as Vicblade and Lyrie are struggling to stay alive, but the barrier does fall though. Can they make a comeback here? And they almost do. Their abilities being used by Atlas to keep the core alive and well away from the other team, as Kama Crystal has to just wait a little bit and finally find the opening to the top corner as they are looking to take match point here with ease.
Yeah, I mean, Kama was really patient with that final strike. I think they almost wanted to reset it with that X ult. Regardless, the no mix-up, or whether it was a failed one, it worked. So all points are good points, and God Strongest Soldiers are at match point, which is even better. This is looking really scary as Bulldrifter traps the core in with the ult, but it's starting to look scarier for Force of Will as Kama Crystal just pops the X Bellringer stuff and just starts punching around, and Larry almost getting just taken off by that stray Bellringer is so scary if you are a Force of Will team member right now. Muldrifter clearing to Kama Crystal. Larry trying to snipe, coordinating with the Summer Assault, but unfortunately did not happen, and that Bellringer looking so threatening. Larry doing a great job of controlling the midfield, but she has to buy enough time for Big Blade to come in and gets the barrier themselves, and is going to push through with Big Blade's Whiplash, unfortunately. Is saved by Katusha, and Umbi coming up top lane. Larry trying to get a nice snipe onto the car. Isn't going to happen. Big Blade almost has a core flip, though, but all barriers are falling right now.
Everything is coming to a close extremely quickly as Kama Crystal has to flip, actually wasted, and now there could be a chance for Victory to score. He has to flip and finds the top corner, and this could be the sign of life. So it could be a sign of life we're needing here, especially if they're coming down like this. Caddy still has flipped though, but it's proven to not be a really big of a deal if Vic Blade's able to lock in that individual prowess that we saw earlier in the set that they won, where they should have just won every single interaction. They almost got the double though, but it's fine to just have one single barrier out for grabs as MB has the flip in from the corner, and a kill is found. Another X-Victim right there as the flip is found as well. Flip finds value, but it is ended up deflected away. But Modrifter also used their flip as well on the defense trying to protect it. And now Caddy's still with flip though, but the offense, I don't think they even need it though. They're hanging on so far, and Vicplay doing as much as they can to try to keep the core away. The flip is used, and it's defended by Modrift as it comes to the other side now. And Umbi finds another kill onto Lyria Liars.
Yeah, Umbi's Drakkar finally coming on online in terms of the kill department, and I think God's Strongest Soldiers have the capacity to do more kills, and that's a double barrier. That's huge in this power play. Larry's back though, and Vicblade immediately passes to her, and now it's up to Force of Will to try to equalize the barrier count to open up the goal for themselves.
They have to equalize here, and they do win a strike where a singular one means everything is a Carl slides right past Katyusha Kurtz, and now Force of Will have one last chance. It's so close to just ending right there when Karma Crystal had the X Maximus when they got the double barrier, but Modrifter cleared it away successfully. Let their forwards have another chance at living there as they're being knocked around. The Tupi Fortress does come wide, and this could be the last point we see, or maybe we see another set here. But so far, Larry is doing their best to try to keep the offense alive. Almost finds another kill there, but a good evade meant that they still stay alive, and now they're trying to work up the corner offense here. I'll be with flip though. Could do something with it as they work up to the corner, to top corner, and try to defeat the core to Karma Crystal here.
Yeah, I mean, God's Strongest Soldiers have been doing a really good offense, but when it comes to defending, they've been letting like a little bit of mistakes happen. But like, look at that leap from Umbi to Kama. I mean, that's just such good offense. But like, once again, Vicblade coming in, and it's God's Strongest Soldiers are hard pressed to defend. Immediately, Atlas has to burn 2 whole skills in his arsenal to get it out.
Yeah, and they're keeping the core away from Combat Crystal. Every single strike counts in this crucial moment when Combat Crystal can just pop a single ability and almost win instantly. But Larry is trying to open up the offense. Vicblade not getting a single strike. He's not enforcing clearly enough, and Combat Crystal almost gets the core back and almost has a chance to score right in. The Super Surge doing so much work, and Modrifter has a flip up, but when will it be too late? Combat Crystal just has to win a single strike for and catch Modrifter off guard to win this point as we hit overtime for what could be the final moments here as the X Maximus is popped. The kill not found yet, but Combat Crystal has the flip coming on right now. Just had to get a single hit as the flip comes up. The Doom before just comes by, so of course bounced around, but doesn't matter. Combat Crystal to the outside of Modrifter's range, and they take another game away, 6-0.
Yeah, Wolfdrifter has been. I think Wolfdrifter has been trying to be really mindful of his Tofu Fortresses, but unfortunately, just a little too late half the time, and that was really enough for Comic Crystal to put it in the back of the net. And what a great play coming out from God's Strongest Soldiers, and they've really racked on the damage. And if you look at it, like raw damage wise, they've actually didn't do like too much. Is it like I think. Yeah, I think Red Team actually did more damage in just raw numbers, but they confirmed the more kills and they had more power plays. And yeah, Comic Crystal just getting it into the back of the net time and time again with that X is just terrifying here. And God's Strongest Soldiers get their well-deserved, I think, 6-0 now.
Yeah, and it clearly shows with the way they've been playing, at least for me to watch that game was kind of just cinema. At least every single pass that they tried to make at least had some directional sense going into it, and that's what you want. You want purpose in your games, and if you can find the purpose to at least find the pass and have a reason to why you pass there, it's basically the game winner. And perfect play by Umbia and Comic Crystal led to them taking a very early 2-set lead and eventually find the 3rd set and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazing, and I think we have one game left before we go for the night, and it's going to be Pet My Free Cat versus God's Strongest Soldiers. So we'll be right back, and when we come back, it'll be our last game of the night.
Passing. Oh my god, passing. Oh my god, so much passing.
You're live. You're live.
Yeah, I know I'm live. I said it on purpose, Smile, but it's okay. We're in the last season, or the last match of today, at least. I was thinking about passing. I love passing so much, especially in this game. I love passing so much. Don't you agree, Pato?
Yeah, I mean, W passing is just, it really feels like commentary control, instead of commentary KO. But we're back with God's Strongest Soldiers versus Pet My Free Cat, and we've been seeing a lot of God's Strongest Soldiers, and I've been seeing a lot of them winning, and it's kind of nice. And I've been always trying to hype up the other team, and God's Strongest Soldiers always seems to beat them. But this is it, guys. I think I said it like twice already, but this is third time's the charm. Pet My Free Cat is going to be the team that can take away off of God's Strongest Soldiers. And honestly, their lineup looks good. They have Vex in the goalie, Aureli Fish on the brawler, and I'm pretty excited to see what they got cooking up, because this is Taiko Temple once again, unique original map that nobody's ever seen or played in Omega Strikers. But we have a Deadeye start with a Drakkar ban, so we're gonna see how God's Strongest Soldiers handle their Estelle. Compared to the Juno Dubu. I think it might be actually no, never mind. It's Asher Ford. It's not going to be exciting. It's going to be boring. It's never going to be a Dubu Ford. But yeah, let's pass it back to you, Curie. How do you feel about these comps so far?
Whoa, passing, definitely a new comp set made up a long time ago, man. Unfortunate, no Dubu Ford. I mean, I am a merchant at least. I love playing Dubu Ford. Actually, no, not I think. I believe, and not even I believe, I do know that Dubu Ford is such a great pick, but still Asher is pretty nice, especially
Asher's
on
so good, yeah.
Yeah, and Kiadi again going on to the Atlas yet again, proving that, I mean, we just saw a masterclass being played last game, and probably I think our first game that we casted with Caddy on the Atlas yet again, straight up just winning every single interaction and just playing out of their mind. So this is already the first seed, and obviously, Pet My Free Cat, I remember talking to a lot of people about them, and they're like, yeah, they're next up. They're definitely next up, but look how the what is it? The tables have turned, the turns have tabled. I have no clue, but look at this now. They're trying to vie for a spot at least. I'm pretty sure. I mean, third and fourth seed is still extremely important. I think you do get to see who you're playing against, and if you like your third place matchup a lot more than your fourth place matchup, then it would be nice to, I don't know, place a lot lower than you expect. But let's see. I don't think sandbagging is cool, so I think they would want to win here. Just saying.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to go in the winner's side, honestly. Like, you just get one less game. Like, it's just so much better, guys. Just be on winner's side in double elimination. That's the rule of thumb. And we're gonna go into the game, and I'm excited to see how this plays out, because I've been thinking about the comps a little more. I mean, it's God's Strongest Soldiers like really seem to like this Atlas goalie pick here, and it's gonna work out. But I mean, Juno can run circles around Atlas if piloted correctly. And who's the Juno on their team? Chicken Tendies, I think, has a pretty decent Juno. I think they can, they know that they have to go around the Atlas and not through the Atlas. So we'll see how it works out. But I do think it's not like a Doom comp. But I mean, Karma Crystal on the X has been absolutely terrifying, and I really, really hope that this X meets their match, because if this X gets out of control once again, we're gonna see the X ending once again.
Yeah, the ending here could be certain here, especially the X and Atlas again, just staple picks for our 6-0 team, especially on this map in particular as we get started here. And wow, I mean, straight up, Deadeye not really being taken by anyone. I mean, to be fair, no one really would want to take Deadeye except for Juno and still the actual range characters at this very moment. But who knows, man? I mean, we had a lot of people contemplating about X Deadeye. Smile.
Yeah, it's that. Oh, there's actual money associated with getting X Deadeye proc, right? Oh, and Aureli Fish just bopping Estelle off the field. That I know use once you're dead. So Aureli Fish hitting that level 2 spike, immediately using the pass splitter. But great play from Katyusha on the Atlas using the expanse and just beating the pass splitter. But still, it is PFMC who do win their first open net, and we'll see how it plays out now.
Yeah, X Maximus coming online, looking to try to find some value as a Rellyfish pops the flip a little bit too early for their leg. Now has to work against an Atlas with the flip, in fact, and now it's going to be a little bit annoying to get through as the bounces come online. The middle drum was doing a lot of work trying to get the core around the side as Vex has a good clear out. I think the matchup we want to see would be Cover Crystal versus Vex, and especially the way that both of them play off against each other. We'll have to see how or Chicken attendees try to set them up to try to get the clear out as Vex pops the flip first, and Comet Crystal left to steal a little bit on the other side, with Juno achieving red core proc now with overtime on the cards, and the defense is holding strong so far. Everything being blocked away. The flip comes online. Comet Crystal finds stun off as well, finding that second barrier as well, as they're looking about even around now, except for on the energy side where Umbi has a slight edge and the core control, as well as the core finds its mark in the first points towards Jaw's strongest soldiers.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the level of play now, and in the upper echelons of Osas, it's getting really hard. If Vex just missed a corner by just a little bit, and that was enough to lose them a really competitive point that Chicken Tendies was gearing up for, especially with that Juno red core, disgusting. But as we're going to see Umbi reach that blue core status and immediately just dropping both barriers as PFMC, as things are going to start looking rough for them now.
Yeah, indeed. So as Umbi with flip online, Comet Crystal putting on the pressure as the core is sliding around a little bit on this bottom side. Rellyfish isn't really able to win a trick or against Caddy. Finally finds one barrier. Comet Crystal pops the exo to try to find a confirm here, but the core slides gracefully away as Vex decides to send to the top side and let Comet Crystal steal in the matter as Rellyfish ping checks Caddy and finds a goal for PMFC.
Yeah, that was, I think Caddy was counting on the Blobbo to disappear, but mistimed it a little bit. And once again, the slight mistakes you make result in huge consequences, and that random Juno slime getting a random double barrier is another one of those consequences here. As we see Comet Crystal expertly deliver the core up to the top barrier, but this time it's PFMC who is their round to lose.
Yeah, and here Umbi and Comet, not Combo, but Kai having a flip all online for both of them could mean good things for this offense if they have the chain pipeline to get the core towards Comet Crystal. But Vex is ever so slightly ahead in terms of positioning, and Comet Crystal just can't seem to get their hands on the core and onto the goal as a flip comes out, but everything comes on the kitchen sink as one knock is knocked off the map. Rellyfish looking for salvation here as they try to go through Vayne with popping their ults online, and now Umbi and Comet Crystal trying to fight for their lives for this bottom corner, but they just can't seem to get it done.
Yeah, huge plays coming out from Comet Crystal. Unfortunately, that kill wasn't enough, and now we see a Rellyfish back, and Vex holds on with the great Summer Assault. I mean, Katusha does have a core flip with the Atlas, but it's going to be a little hard to defend an open net compared to Barrier, as Atlas is a little too slow here.
Yeah, Atlas even running Destructor trying to protect the side. Doesn't really have to come into contact with the core just yet, being able to just send the core right back to Comet Crystal. There's the red core is coming online now. Juno going to be extremely dangerous in these situations, but the core isn't really leaving PMFC's side here. Umbi almost falling off the map, but is thankfully saved a little bit there as they're trying to clear the corner at least, but Comet Crystal has the flip on for grabs. Could be using it any moment now if the core comes by, but Vex not getting the strike there just in time, has to pop the flip for Caddy. A second flip is popped as well, and as Umbi finds something, and oh my god, triple flip into score there. Who could have seen that coming?
I mean, triple flip, I think the first two was well worth it there. I think Caddy's core flip was actually getting blocked by Asher, but Umbi's core flip saved them and let it get to Comet Crystal. And I think the mind games are good, and getting a goal is just going to be always better. Even if you do use a triple flip, like you're ahead, and that's what matters. And you're getting the first barrier now, and no evade does mean that Rellyfish can just dash punch people off the map just like that. But oh my gosh, what an answer from God's Strongest Soldier as well.
I'm so confused how that killed a Rellyfish. It seemed like he got knocked down a bunch of times and ended up dying somehow. But the main thing of concern is that Vex is still holding on, even with the X Maximus online, especially if they're in the core like that, as the Rellyfish does come back online. A bunch of strikes being missed means the core does drift back to Caddy's side, and now the Judo Slime is doing everything in their power to try to score with the AI possibility, as Vex basically not really having to touch the core. There are a bunch of strikes going their way, and the Relifish just has the momentum coming onto them. Like, they don't really have to do much, and even though they have to, and well, I guess Godstrong and Soldier just have to commit 2 people onto the defense because they know how strong a Relifish can be whenever they get set up.
Yeah, that's some wonky lines off the Tycho, and our Fish actually bops the Estelle off, and we're gonna see have to be on the bench for another 5 seconds, and that's a dangerous push coming in, and Fish gets to the bottom side of the net. A great pass coming out from Chicken Tendies as well.
Yeah, extremely dangerous clear from Caddy, opting for the clear instead of the out clear, and honestly did come back to bite them. If they'd taken the out clear, maybe it was a little bit better, but it all comes down to this final point now. What decides the cards for all the other teams? The Chicken Tendy pops their flip first. PMFC have a really decent advantage in terms of positioning at this very moment, especially with the core flip out in front now, but Caddy enters back with the Atlas projection, letting themselves earn a flip, as well as the KO comes out again. Umbie's been KO'd twice so far, almost a 3rd time if not for the Atlas res. And now, even though in their one barrier situation, our Relifish is just pushing the core proactively the entire time, meaning that the core is almost always on the side of GSS, and that barrier just proves it.
Yeah, a little bit of a pathing issue there, but they're trying to make the pushes happen. Umbie gets caught by the pass splitter here, and a great flip from Katusha means that they can clear the core now. Estelle's going to get the core flip, and now the Dubu wall, what once protected, is now holding the core in, and gives great time for Umbie to just come in and pass the ball to Kama Crystal from the other side time and time again. And oh my goodness, the core control on Kama has been masterful this entire set, and they get rewarded with the first set victory.
Yeah, Umbie getting first pick is going to be huge, especially with the primetime pickup. A deny away for Asher if you really needed it to be, because Asher at prime is going to be extremely dangerous in the corner, especially with how Earlishers has been playing it. Thankfully, it does come out live, but the Asher quick strikes could also still be a problem, though, but you can't really do much about that either.
I mean, X still gets Stinger, Heavy Impact. He opts for Stinger. I think Heavy Impact might have been a little better, but Atlas ends up getting it, which is great, because the Heavy Impact is going to always hit like 2 things. Going to hit the core. It probably hits the person behind the core that was trying to shoot at you. So great pickup for Heavy Impact as well. I do think that the Dubu with the glass cannon is going to be scary, but overall, I want to say both teams are going to be reasonably happy with what they have if Chicken Tendies is a Juno Aerials enjoyer. If not, then Juno probably hates their lives right now.
Yeah, and Juno definitely not really looking too good in terms of the barrier production on the other side. Both barriers being found by Kama Crystal, find the double there to make double. Looking forward at least as Lumpy and Kama Crystal both push the core forward and try to get an attack going, but so far the core is slowing down. Chicken Tendies and Vex playing the defense perfectly as they try to get the core back to a Relifish onto this offense.
Oh, Kama slightly misses the angle. Unfortunately, has to try to win another engagement this time. But great rotate around from Umbie, trying to get the Rose Warp slightly too low, though. And Kama has to kind of run away to preserve energy. Or they might just use it at this point and... Oh, no! Oh, Juno, great jump from Chicken Tendies to save it. But now that means we have an X with a flip who does use it. But Vex is looking a little low, trying to get the core flip, but this is worse for the Dubu. Use it to save the core though, so I guess that's okay, but I mean, Umbie just sends it right back, so great plays from Godstrong Soldiers, but oh my gosh, what a sequence.
Yeah, the punishing is completely it's really proactive from Umbie, just knowing where Vex wants to send it and ends up just striking the core right back, and in this time of need, it's really nice to have that level of confidence when you know you're going to have their book read on the opponent. And Caddy completely outplayed the Juno there. Aerials Juno not really liking the feeling of letting themselves lose the secondary war there, as Kama Crystal gets it up right where they left off, taking one barrier off of Vex. But it's okay though. I mean, in general, they've been letting our Relifish get into that position where they're ready to go in, and a bit of panic meant that that core gets slid right off of the Asher ult and goes right in to take that first barrier.
Yeah, I mean, somehow Vex holds onto that barrier, not for long though, because coming in, winning those strike wars. This X has been massive asset to the team this entire game, and Umbie just holding on to the midfield. Our Relifish, great rotate, but Caddy was there. X Maximus is pop, but Vex does hold. This is a flip though, and coming in, waiting out the log and shooting it straight in. Kama Crystal, amazing plays here, and 2-0 lead for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, especially in this point in the match, you don't want to be you don't want to lose the momentum that you once gained from having that having that 0.5 where if everything on the line matters, and a Relifish almost killing Umbi there. If they committed the flip a little bit sooner, they probably would have gotten the kill. I don't think Caddy was ready to reds there. As another flip is found for Chicken Tendies, they do flip it, try to flip it away, but don't find it. And Comet Crystal almost dying there on the sliver of HP before they finally get knocked off the map. Good power play coming up, but let's see if they can convert here. The Atlas holding strong into the corner as well as a Relifish. They're giving Caddy a little bit too much space, in fact, letting Caddy just clear everything away for free, but they do find one barrier for their troubles.
Yeah, one barrier off of a power play, though. That can't feel too good, but I mean, they gotta take what they can get at this point. That was a dangerous snipe from Juno, but they do hold. Gosh, Strongest Soldiers are doing a great job of somehow holding, but there we go. They stack it up perfectly this time and has to use the Astral Projection to get it out.
Yeah, and Vex has just so much power coming in to this point. It has to use the flip to get it away, but that's fine at least. If you're holding on to two barriers, fine, but the Juno swipe, holy moly. I mean, dude, this character is so strong.
Yeah, that Juno slime was actually in a really perfect position. Didn't actually hit the Atlas, but just really close enough that the Atlas corner clear went straight into the slime, and I think Caddy realized their mistake, but unfortunately it was a little off from saving it, even with the Astral Projection. So that can't feel good if you're Atlas. You're probably thinking like, oh, Juno OP, but that is how it is sometimes, and this looks like a really dangerous push, but Caddy does have to flip, and they're going to use it, and gets it away from a Relifish with the flip as well. Relifish does get it into the corner again, though. He gets the first barrier without help of the flip, and coming in really dangerous second barrier down, and PFMC looking to tie up this set 2-2.
Yeah, it feels like Gosh Strongest Soldiers are just panicking just a little bit, but nothing too much a God can't handle. Even though they do get KO'd here, Kama still has possession of the core. Has to use the flip here to try to preserve the core momentum, but it doesn't go their way. Now Chicken Teddy's forming the offensive line, the chain to hold everything together, but the core still somehow doesn't find its market, as Caddy has to be forced to use the Atlas Res on herself. And even though it is a good time to use it now, the only problem is that the time that it takes for Chicken Teddy's to fall. What the heck is that? What the heck happened there? I have no clue, but the Rose Warp finds its mark onto Chicken Teddy's, finds the KO, and now Gosh Strongest Soldiers pushing back with the power play of their own, and it seems like they might convert here.
Yeah, I mean, PFMC has actually held on really strong, even despite that power play from Gosh Strongest Soldiers. And Chicken Tendies is back, and a great clear from Vex, just making sure that if the Estelle's not there to cover the out there, they can just play around Comet Crystal all day. And a great strike shot as well, forcing out the flip from the Estelle as well. Like, Relifish just wins the strike board. Great angle find against Caddy, and now PFMC making it look competitive here.
Yeah, the panic is starting to set in a little bit, and I saw a lot of stuff going on, and that's good for PMFC. They want that fear factor to set in, knowing that they have a lot of momentum coming into this, and momentum is extremely good, especially if Comet Crystal really can't get things done against the Dubid, though. And if the core keeps coming back to Caddy's side, eventually they'll run out of abilities, and that's exactly what Earlyfish needs to get these points going and scoring. And so far, the core just comes to go back and forth. Vex with the great clear back out. It means that Comet Crystal doesn't have a chance to score here, at least get a barrier for their troubles now, but Vex has no energy here. If they can confirm both of these barriers, it could be big news, especially if Vex is looking extremely low. A strike we're being won by Comet Crystal means that they're going to set up for another point here. Hopefully they can do it, as Vex is knocked off balance, and Comet Crystal clears the way, parting the seas to find another set for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Super smart bell ringer from Comet Crystal. I'm not sure if that was calculated or not. I'm not sure if they saw that angle or not, but regardless, it was great. Vex didn't die, but it didn't matter. That was exactly what X needed to do there. Estelle is going to be rewarded, I think, with Missile Pro. They're going to take it away from this Dubu as well. But takes Peak instead, and the Dubu gets Missile Pro. This might be a little scary, I think. If PFMC can get that core there, they have 3 creations now. Atlas has an Expanse, and it's really good. I don't know if they have enough cooldowns. Perhaps with the Spark of Leadership plus the CD Spark, they can deal with it, but I feel like this is a little bit of a snafu from Gosh Strongest Soldiers, and I think PFMC got the better end of the deal by far.
Yeah, the draft on Dubu just completely punishes Comet Crystal if they get too close into the corner so many times, where the core can go like that, but that's what happens when you use Dubu. Sometimes comes out not the way you expect, and that was just really unfortunate from the Dubu to lose that barrier in that way, but so far it's looking so good for PMFC as the core is still on the right side of the field trying to work their way through, and a couple strike were spawned by Rellyfish means the core is coming back and making sure it's still staying in the corner there, but Caddy has to get clear outside, has a lot to work for there as Comic Crystal has to work their way up slowly but surely, but because they're just damn good, they're just insanely good at keeping the core in possession, it just means that Vex doesn't really have a chance to respond to the X Maximus and an even game about, but the energy on the other side, Josh Strongest Soldier's about to build up a lot of 3 flips, but instead it's canceled out by a Rellyfish, finding the kill, and this could be a really big moment here.
Yeah, absolutely huge. I'm not sure about the Tycho bounce there because Caddy was positioned. Oh, great strike shot from Vex, does save it, and a great reaction again as Juno reaction checks. She continues reaction checks Vex, but it is looking, energy economy is looking really good right now. Vex is just going to use the flip there, can save it. Juno almost has flip. Comic Crystal does have flip though and just gets it through. X is massive now. I mean, that's crazy. Even if they're not proccing ad rush value, Comic Crystal just the base Omega Striker's understanding, I think, is levels above right now.
Yeah, and winning every single strike, well, winning most of the strike cores against Vex is just crucial to having a point, but not when you're brought down extremely low. I don't even know how that happened, but Comic Crystal has to play out the play for a little bit while, and a Rellyfish looking extremely low here, trying to find the kill, and so Rellyfish has to use the evade here. The flip, 2 flips being gone actually somehow. This turned from a point where it looked like PMFC could win to take another point here. It turned into that as one barrier is found for the side of Golf Struggle Soldiers, and the Rellyfish looking extremely low here could see their life ending pretty soon.
Yeah, we might see an ad rush value. A Rellyfish doing their best, even using Pass Splitter to run away, but does still. Barrier goes down, and ad rush. Oh, that wasn't X kill. I think that was Atlas kill. So, oh no, the roll. Match point for God's Strongest Soldiers off of an unfortunate roll, but sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah, maybe the 12 a.m. vibes are kicking into them, and if you're in the East, it could be looking like nap time for you a little bit. It could be nap time extremely soon as we're heading to a close here. God's Strongest Soldiers in the driver's seat for most of the entire game. 2.5s coming into play, but so far they've shown like the more dominant team, and right now with the way that they're playing, it's keeping Vex on skates for the moment, trying to keep the core away from Comic Crystal as much as possible, but all 3 members being siphoned into the corner leaves not really a lot of room for them to control, and not having a lot of room, not having that map control that you desperately need as an Asher player. You need to have a lot of space in order to get into that corner, and Chicken Tendies you also need the map control to control a lot of what's going on. The outclays and stuff is really crucial. There, a good Dubu Wall forces out Comic Crystal from the corner, and it looks even so far, but if you see the economy right now, the energy economy looks really desperate right now, even though they find 1 barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Vex has a core float, unfortunately uses it like that, which is really unfortunate. Now, Kama's going to rotate through. Vex, unfortunately, does not walk up off the orb, and that greed cost them the barrier. And now Rellyfish also passed towards the orb, and that greed might cost them the game here because it's match point. Rellyfish does have a flip. Kama also has a flip. Oh, great strike shot from Vex, though. A Rellyfish opts to save onto the energy flip, and that's going to be worth it. And they win. They win against the Atlas. Oh, Juno jumped slightly too fast. Vex slightly too slow, which saved the clear, but Kama Crystal gets their hands on the core, and that's it. We are seeing God's Strongest Soldiers go unbeaten in the round robin.
Yeah, and the undefeated streak remains strong, and I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, the undefeated streak means that they'll have a really, really staggering good shot at finals, especially since they've been playing so well in day 1 and day 2. It clearly awaits them for next week, and I'm very impressed. I mean, this is the team that I used to coach, and I used to see them, and I used to say, wow, this team has potential, but they're not there quite yet. But oh my god, look at them. They're pretty good. And with that, I think Crimson is on the winner's side as well, advancing to 5-2 and 7-0. So it'll be Scott's Hunger Soldiers versus Zero from Crimson next week. So I hope you're ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, I think despite all things said, I think PFMC has made it look competitive. There were a bunch of teams that made it look competitive against God's Strongest Soldiers, despite the set count. I think if there's 1 week left, if the teams in the lower bracket, work hard like Scrim and get coached, I think there's a good chance that we might see a different result from today, especially with a best of 3 format in the finals bracket. But yeah, but today, God's strongest soldiers are the victors. And today they go undefeated, they can rest easy, and we can sleep easy.
Yeah, honk me shoe time for us. And just to point out really quickly how dominant of a performance it was, 21-2, the set count for God's Strongest Soldiers, a complete dominant blowout for what we call the greatest soldiers of all time. And God only gives his strongest battles to his fiercest warriors, and it looks like God's Strongest Soldiers will be taking their battle seat and they'll be taking their finish line across. And we're gonna see next week. So I'll see you guys next week. Pato will see you next week, and hopefully we'll see each other together casting grand finals. Have a good night.